はい。じゃあ、どこだここがキューブ。Good morning. Good evening. 音が出てないな。I'm very good because I bought this jacket. So I'm hot.
How are you?
How are you too? Really? いや、ちょっとこれ、まあ、悪くはない。
I like it Twitch Unity.
復習接続しました。
気に入ったんなら
まだ視聴者が見れる状態ではありません。放送開始してください。公開放送を開始しました。
ナイス。目が泳いじゃうな。前こっち置いたんだけど、今は。
I'm chilling.
変えてみてるとこ。ああ。で、どんなはず。あ、しまった。題名書いてない。名前。Setting Learning English and Streamはい。Dime no buenos noches. Dormir. It is deep night for you.
Hi Orangey-kun. I just came to say buenas noches.
スペイン語でおやすみなさいは、
I'm going to sleep.
デスカンスです。ハスタマナナ。
Have a good stream. Hasta mañana.
あれ逃げちゃう。ウェブ一応。 で、これでいいかな。雨音うるさいかな。なんか。まあ違うか。設定した時に設定を変えればいいのか。これ共有してる気がするな。共有設定変えんだかな。えっと、
You know how very often people say that if you are able to understand jokes in English, that means that you are fluent in English. And this is actually one of the points describing the C1 English proficiency level, which is advanced. The next and the last one is only C2, mastery. So, in this video, we will test your ability to understand jokes in English, thus find
あ、
out
ちょ
how
っと待った、
fluent
ちょっと待った、ちょっと待った。まだ、こっち設定しなかった。
you are in English. So, it's going to be an educational and hopefully funny and fun video at the same time. Jokes might be difficult to understand sometimes because they might be very specific to some cultural features. And here's the thing. To be able to understand everything you hear in English, one really needs to spend a lot of time not only working on their listening skills and thereby immersing themselves into the culture, but also having advanced vocabulary. Well, at least their passive vocabulary needs to be advanced. So, let's proceed to the jokes, and don't worry if you don't understand them, I'll explain them. Although, it generally means that the joke isn't funny if you have to explain it, but it's technically the case if you are the one who's telling the joke. So, anyways. This first video from We Got the Chocolates actually just popped up in my feed recently, and I thought that it would be a perfect fit for this video.
I accidentally took my cat's meds last night. Don't ask me how.
I've never heard that. That's really... I was incredibly surprised when the stationery store moved.
Why is that?
Medium white star.
There was no second line. That's the joke. Yeah, that's the joke. Wow, that joke was a real belter. I think we laughed first because she didn't get it. Genuinely.
Okay, if you guys got it, that's great. If
全然わか
not,
んなかった。
let me explain. And by the way, I'm not laughing and my reaction is not authentic because I had already seen these videos. So in the first one, when she said what sounded like "don't ask meow," she actually said "don't ask me how," which if you link the words me and how, they might sound like meow in the Australian accent. And the joke was kind of about
Meow.
her taking her cat's meds and starting to sound like a cat. The second one. So first of all, you need to know what a stationery store is. A stationery store is a store that sells stationery such as paper and paper products, postcards, envelopes, pens, folders, and so on. They're also called supply stores. And the word stationary is an adjective and it means standing still, not moving, remaining in one place. They are spelled differently, but they sound the same. So it's a play of
Stationary
words. He was surprised
何が違
because
って。あ、ポイントがつかない。
sound the same. So it's a play of
Stationary.
words. He was
Stationary.
surprised because the store was stationary and it moved. Also, he says it was a real belter, which is Australian slang for very good or outstanding. Let's take a little break and talk about the sponsor of today's video, Elsa Speak. This is a unique app that is using artificial intelligence technology that helps improve your pronunciation in English, as it points out your pronunciation mistakes and helps you work on them and correct them. With Elsa, you can practice saying whole sentences, separate words, and even individual sounds and get instant feedback compared to a native speaker. You can go ahead and download it right now for free and get 7 days of Pro membership. 5 topics and 1 day office conversation. Everyday topic has an amazing dictionary that allows you to add by postal to pick up vocabulary. Okay, so now let me show you how it works. Let's work on our speaking skills with speaking topics. And let's choose advanced level. And let's say job opportunities. Here we have a couple of options to choose from, so let's choose small talk at work. Okay, and I'll go with the medium level. Lunch break phrases.
At the cafeteria.
At the cafeteria. Okay, so I do have one mispronunciation. Let's check it out. It's the word at. And I didn't say
エルザスピークの
Rather eat a baby goat. Would you?
he asks, would you rather? Let's move on to it's a lifetime. So just go.
Would you rather eat a baby goat or a matter baby?
A matter, baby.
Yeah.
What's the matter, baby?
Nothing, sugar. What's the matter with you?
Again, if you got it, amazing. If you didn't get it, let me break it down. So he asks, would you rather eat a baby goat or a matter baby? Which doesn't make any sense because there's no such thing as a matter baby. It's just a wordplay. And it results in the other man asking what it is, which is exactly what the younger man needs.
ついてない2週間だと使うのかな
As soon as the older man actually asks the question, he realizes that it sounds like people who are dating asking one another what's wrong, because what's the matter means what's wrong. And then if you add the word baby at the end of this question, it will indicate that you are in a relationship with that person, or at least very close. So the younger man basically tricked the other man into saying this. And then hearing the other man actually say this and then seeing his reaction when he realizes what he had just said, that's what's funny. Okay, so this one has been circling around for a while now.
He's the baby. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry, but your wife didn't make it. Then send me the one my wife did make.
So I'm pretty positive that everybody knows that to make something means to create something. Like in this case, a woman's body created a baby. However, when he said that she didn't make it, he didn't mean that she didn't create it. He meant that she didn't survive. To make it means to succeed in something or to live through a difficult situation or near-death experience and survive. So in this context, she didn't make it meant she didn't survive. These are just 3 examples and they were fairly easy. However, if you were able to understand them, then your English is on a very good level. There are of course a lot more complicated ones that involve wordplay, and they are used in movies very often. Literally in every animation that I've watched recently were these kinds of jokes, and honestly, exactly these kinds of jokes make the movies truly funny. Okay, so how did you do? Did you understand all 3 of them, or 1 or 2, or none? Any of these are fine because it's not your first language and it might be difficult, but you'll get there. In any case, let me know in the comments down below. Another type of comedy that, if you can understand it, means that you are fluent in English is stand-up comedy. Have you tried watching stand-up in English? If so, then let me know how it went. Did you understand it or was it difficult? If you like this type of content, I mean breaking down jokes, also please let me know and I'll make more of these types of videos. And Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next
解
one.
説もよくわかんなかったし、なんだこの役は。ちょっとおかしくなってるな。
Well, let's take a look under the hood. The Beta 58 doesn't have as storied of a past as the SM58, only being released in 1989. That said, there's still 30 years under its belt, and honestly, this thing has seen changes. It was originally released just as the Beta 58. It came in two versions, the Beta 58M or the Beta 58C, the difference being just the finish on the grill. It's mostly aesthetics. Then in 1996, they retooled the microphone and rebranded it the Beta 58A. Now they completely reworked the capsule, keeping the polar pattern and all the other bells and whistles like the frequency response. But nothing else. They removed the humbucking coil, they added an output transformer for good measure, just like the SM58. The biggest tweak of them all, though, is the new neodymium magnet, which boosted the signal a bit more than the SM58, which makes it a good segue into build quality. Now, this thing, much like every other Shure mic, is built like an absolute tank. Now, the screen on the head is actually higher quality than the SM58, and don't get me wrong, the SM58 is legendary for its ruggedness. That tells you anything. It has a slightly powdered blue look to it, and it just seems to feel just a bit more premium. Kind of like a step up from the SM58, if there is such a thing. And of course, the blue ring around the head, which is what a lot of musicians, Dylan
レ
included.
ベルアップしたものがこれ。
Now, the shock mount is supposed to be a bit better than the SM58 as well. I guess we'll see when we put them side by side for that test. And the weight on it, which is kind of confusing, but it's a bit lighter than the SM58, which is interesting considering all the extra engineering in the grill head. You'd think that you'd be at least comparable. Aside though, let's dig into the specs. This microphone is a super cardioid. The frequency response is 50 hertz to 16 kilohertz. The output impedance is 150 ohms. And that's pretty much it. Now, there's one big thing I should point out with this microphone, and that is the frequency response chart. The way this thing battles the proximity effect is, well, just getting rid of all the low-end frequencies. Literally rolled them all off around 300 hertz. Compared to the SM58,
こういう周波数帯域の
this is quite ridiculous.
レスポンス見られてもよくわかんない。
We're going to include both microphones so you can see the difference. This is the off-axis rejection of the Shure Beta 58A. This is me speaking about 4 inches away from the capsule. This is me speaking about 4 inches away from the side of the capsule. This is me speaking about 4 inches away from the rear of the capsule. And this is me speaking into the perceived
ああ、最方向で全然声違うんだ。
Now this is the off-axis rejection for the SM58. This is me speaking about 4 inches from the front of the capsule. This is me speaking about 4 inches from the side of the capsule. This is me speaking about 4 inches from the rear of the capsule.
あ、でもなんか悪くはない。
Into what would be the dead zone on the Shure Beta 58. Not quite so dead from there. Now we have a closer test.
全く後ろから喋るとどうなんだろ
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Now for a
何が
handling
違う
noise test comparing the Beta 58A.
Peter
Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Now for a handling noise test comparing the Beta 58A to the SM58.
何も聞こえない。
And now for the handling noise of the
Wow, wow, wow,
SM58.
ああ、ハンドルノイズがこ 58はないん
And
だ。
now for the proximity effect test of the Beta 58A. This is me speaking into the front of the Beta 58A from about 4 inches away. Now this is me speaking about 1 inch away from the Beta 58A. 4 inches, 1 inch. 4 inches, 1 inch. Now for a proximity effect test of the Shure SM58. This is me speaking about 4 inches away from the front of the SM58. This is me speaking about 1 inch away from the front of the SM58. 4 inches away, 1 inch away. 4 inches away, 1 inch away. Now we have both the Shure Beta 58A and the Shure SM58 side by side. And I'm going to swap in between the Beta 58 and the Shure SM58 so you can kind of see the differences sonically between the two microphones. Which one do you prefer? Now, this is a much more expensive microphone. I'll put the prices up here so you can see the difference. From just a sound perspective, this one is going to be a little flatter in the lows because of that roll-off. This one's going to have a little bit more of that presence in the low end. But of course, when you get in really tight to the microphone, this is going to be the difference between the two of them. So what do you think? The Beta 58A or the Shure SM58? That's kind of one of those things that you have to take into consideration.
60ドルの差を払うこの違いが
Are you one of those guys that has the microphone right in your mouth? That bass roll-off might come in handy. However, you can do the same thing with a bass roll-off with an EQ. So it kind of depends on which one you like. So, with all that said, we're done the test of the Beta 58A versus the SM58. Which one do you like? Let me know down in the comments. This one is interesting. I'm sure you're going to get several people saying they couldn't hear the difference, so why bother? Well, for a few reasons. The handling noise, it's a big one. Now, if you're a stage professional and you're known as a handheld guy, that lack of noise is a welcome addition to your show. There's nothing worse than feedback from just moving the microphone around.
ハンドルノイズ
Also,
が
the polar pattern is a big
違いがあ
bonus
るで
as
しょう
it takes away that annoying feedback from the stage monitors. And for those things alone, the price is justified. Now, the proximity
Justified.
effect control is pretty awesome.
Justified は何
Justified.
もし開く動かしてるほど違いあったかなハンドルノイズベースの方がでかかったけど
Now, the proximity effect control is pretty awesome and really becomes apparent when you're right up on the grill of this thing. And the controlled presence boost will make sure this thing cuts through the music. As for the audio quality, it's just sure. It's hard not to love. Less gain is never a bad thing, and honestly, you can hear why it's a Shure product when you place it up against other handhelds. So, if you're a singer, screamer, or frankly anyone that wants that amazing Shure experience on stage,
ストリーマーか
this is the microphone for you. But should you buy it over the SM58? Well, sure, if you can afford it. It offers everything that the SM58 offers, and just a few extra amazing features that you will notice the difference. And you'll probably love it. Now, if you can't afford it, I wouldn't fret too much. I mean, if you're buying 2 or 3 of these for your band, it might get a bit pricey. Though if you can afford at least one for your lead singer, I would say this might be a worthwhile investment for you to save up for. Thanks for watching. What did you think of the Beta 58A? Let me know down in the comments. Of course, as always, if you liked the video, there's a button for that. And if you loved it, there's another button for that. Cheers, and I'll see you in the next video. It is super hot here, don't mind me. God, I gotta cool off. God, it's so hot.
おかしいでしょこの日本語がつく位置なんでだろう
And now,
かい
these two microphones slightly powder the frequency response chart. So,
曲どっちがいいって言ったんだろう
In this video, I'll be talking about how I managed to finish the Dream Bandits proof of concept footage, the making of, the steps I took, and how I managed to find time to finish it off on top of my full-time job. As for what Dream Bandits is, I'll talk about that some other time. And I'm going to stay away from the writing and the pre-production side of how this came to be. A few years ago, I did a lot of experimentations on After Effects where I would try and replicate the old analog look, the old celluloid animation look, which is to replicate some lighting flicker, the dust and scratches, as well as some noise. I looked at lighting flick.
Brought to you by talent from the radical gem from the brought to 持ってくる to you by talent from the 西と東から能力を持ってくる。うわ。
The dust and scratches, as well as some noise. I looked at retro anime, retro cartoons, and just retro animated films in general. I know that doing traditional animation was out the options, so having to replicate that look and feel as much as I can on After Effects would be the best option for me to go. Actually, I did a whole tutorial on replicating this effect in After Effects and how you can achieve that VHS look later on, so please find those videos on my YouTube channel. For the trailer, I decided I wanted to board out how the trailer would play and how it would look in animatic. So I actually did the trailer using Adobe Flash or Adobe Animate, and then I slapped it all together with Adobe Premiere. There are two reasons why I board with Flash. Number one, I'm really familiar with Flash and I've used it for many years, over a decade now. And number two, well, the drawing tools in Flash aren't that great, but what's great about that is that you can't really salvage your drawings, so in boarding, it's ideal to just keep moving forward and boarding rough. I could have spent more time looking for royalty-free music, but I chose to go with Madonna's Like a Prayer because it captured the overall vibe, tone, and attitude that I wanted with Dream Bandits. Since this is kind of paying tribute to late 80s and early 90s stuff, to me I felt that gospel and pop rock made this aesthetic and time period more specific. And it's a lot of fun. As for the animation, I did all the animation work in TV Paint. TV Paint is one of my favorite programs I use for traditional animation style types of work. I've used it in Wolfsong, I've used it in Tiny Nomad, and so far I've been using it a lot. And it's a program that allows me to actually paint my frames. I would do all my roughs first, be very gestural and loose, and then I would tie them down on another layer. This would still be considered rough animation, it's just that I'm clarifying all the details and the aspects of the character design. I would also clean up, color, shade, and light the animation using TV Paint, all done in the same program. Because when it comes to just the character animation, I just like to keep everything in one program or one pipeline, but I like to do other things such as backgrounds and compositing in other programs. Speaking of which, I did backgrounds in Photoshop. I've always done all my backgrounds in my animated films in Photoshop. Because before I actually wanted to go into animation, I actually wanted to become a concept artist, and I participated in a lot of speed painting challenges back in the day with CG Talk, and all the speed painting techniques that I learned over time is what I applied with backgrounds. There's something I forgot to mention. Some people are wondering whether I do my layout and backgrounds first, then the character animation, or do I do the character animation first and then the backgrounds? Well, for this case, I actually did all my character animation first with a very rough layout, super rough. It's just really scribbles to indicate where the characters are standing, and then I would draw backgrounds later on once all the animation is cleaned up and colored. Because during my time at CalArts, teachers emphasized that we don't have a lot of time to make our films, and we have to emphasize on what discipline we wanted to hone in and focus on. So for me, I wanted to focus on storyboarding and animation and make that shine more, so I would spend more time on those first. Those are my main priority, and things like backgrounds and colors, those are second priority, and I can just speed paint or rough it out quickly in a short amount of time. This is because during my time at school, we don't have a lot of time to finish a whole short film, so we had to find shortcuts or start selecting which to prioritize. This is so that when recruiters looked at my portfolio, they knew that I was more into storyboarding or I could do animation. Nowadays, since I do have a job and I do have stable income, I could spend as much time as I want to with backgrounds, the look, and everything else. I get people asking me how I managed to finish a proof of concept or an animated piece while on top of my full-time job. The thing is, I would just spend a short time, maybe an hour, working on this project when I had the time after work. The early stage of the project, I was focusing on other projects, so I would only touch on it for a few times within the week. When I actually started boarding, I was still working on my animation tutorial course. So during that time, the only thing I got done were the storyboards and some animation, but no backgrounds. Around fall last year, I decided to take a month break from work. This is so that I could figure out more of my permanent residency situation. So I did have to be out of the United States for the time, but for the time being, I did bring my Wacom tablet, and I did work on all the animation from there. A month later, I came back, and this is when I decided that I would have this trailer done by the next 2 or 3 months. So every day, I would spend about 2 to 3 hours after work or whenever I'm free just working on the project, slowly doing animation, coloring, and backgrounds. The ideal thing is that I didn't really have any priorities after work. I could just work on whatever I wanted to, and I chose to do this. During the final month or the last 2 weeks, it was crunch time. I basically made that my crunch time. I would work 4 to 5 hours after work hours just working on the project, just trying to meet the deadline that I wanted to. When it comes to the near end of the project, I tend to crunch because it's just nearly done. And knowing that it's the last mile for the marathon, I could just sprint until I finish the job instead of just sprinting throughout the whole race. I want to let you guys know that I do not support crunch time or enforce crunch time. That's a lifestyle. Although I work many hours, I still get enough sleep, and even if I don't get enough sleep, that's only for like once or twice for the week. And the last stage is just picking up work and other labor work, so just things that I don't really need to think hard about. So if you guys really have to do crunch time, I advise you to do it during the last few days of your project until its deadline. But this also means get some sleep and don't spend all-nighters. Because to function properly, you need enough sleep, and also I have a full-time job that I have to go to work with during the day. Like I did for the early look tests, I did all my compositing in After Effects. An issue that I noticed is that the original animatic was 30 FPS, whereas the animation was 24 FPS, so this did affect the timing of my shots when I did bring them back into Premiere. So there were times where I would have to make a frame hold out longer, or I would have to make a transition last a bit slower. So just a heads up for everyone using storyboards, make sure that the animatic matches the 24 frames per second, or matches the frame rate you're going to go with for animation, because timing is important. Making the decision to upload the proof of concept was kind of hard because when it comes to original ideas and trying to pitch around, I get advice from my coworkers to keep projects secret when you're pitching around to studios. But when I see the trailer, it's not really saying anything about the story, the characters. It's just fun visuals with fun action. I have to admit, before I put the trailer up online, I was kind of banking that small teams, small studios, or even major studios would reach out to me and ask me to pitch Dream Bandits as a project that they'd like to work with. And in the videos I made about working on personal project bandits, or even major studios would reach out to me.
Bandits.
Dream Bandit.
And ask me to pitch Dream Bandits as a project that they'd like to work with. And in the videos I made about working on personal projects, I did talk about having a goal or what you expect out of it in mind. Yes, I did think that more development would reach out to me, but at the end, I also wanted to get more supporters, more followers, open other opportunities, and just finish an animated footage. Not many people can say that. So what's great about it is that I got people interested in supporting the project and people asking me whether there'd be a Kickstarter or crowdfund for a project like this. I'm a firm believer that if doors close, some will open. And if I had the chance to grow this project...
Venue.
開催地 Venue is both.
Any venue is worth exploring. So constantly reminding myself about that statement I just made, it gives me a good reason to keep working on personal projects, because sometimes I tend to get lost in the ideal goals or the ideal wants that I want for a project, but real life doesn't always work the way you want it to. But even if the response and interest and support is small, it's still great enough in my book. And I also know that if I work on other projects, I will continue to build more followers and supporters. But at the same time, explore other properties and ideas that I can develop sometime in the future too. There's a lot of different stories, characters, and scenarios that I want to tell, but at least that if I do want to return to a project like this, I have something to work with, and I have a proof of concept now. I have people to prove that a project like this does exist. And if I chose to make something out of it and see funding, that I have something to work with, and I have a proof of concept now. I have people to prove that a project like this does exist. And if I chose to make something out of it and seek funding, I have a proof of concept to show that this is what the end product may look like, this is what I can do, and it helps build trust with the community and my projects. So yeah, those are my thoughts on the trailer, how I made it, and the thoughts I had when I was working on it. I think producing a video like this, where I talk about an actual personal project of mine while addressing some of the thoughts I had about personal projects, is highly beneficial because it gives more perspective and circumstances of what I'm thinking when I am working on these projects. If you guys like these type of videos, please let me know and I'll try and dig up some personal projects I've done in the past and talk about what my mind was going through while I was working on it. Anyways, thanks for hearing me out and I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Interested in learning hand-drawn animation or learning how to finish an animated shot from beginning to end? Have a look at the store where you'll find the complete introduction to 2D animation video course.
なんかこれだけでも面白くいいじゃん。チュートリアルのブレンダーのやつが見たいな。なぜ
In the world of animation today, computer-generated imagery dominates the mainstream market. Many major studios in North America have shifted towards a completely digital mindset, ditching the whole paper and pencil as the primary tool. In fact, there aren't a lot of jobs for 2D character animation. So, why learn 2D animation? Isn't 2D animation dead? Isn't it risky to learn a skill that no job is seeking artists for? First of all, let me tell you that there's always room for 2D animation. Even though it isn't the most sought-out job, let me tell you all the benefits you can have from 2D animation alone. 2D animation teaches you crucial drawing skills that help you become a better draftsman. There are some great beneficial skills you can get out of doing hand-drawn animation. Hand-drawn animation is one of those practices that forces you to draw hundreds of images and drawings. You learn how to draw fast and loose, which is great for animating first passes for animation. This enables you to give more attention to the performance and broad gestures, and less procrastination of unnecessary.
ラーニングリアクションが割れてる。
gotta think for you on it. Okay.
言語が壊れてるわけじゃなくて、なんでポルトガルになってんだ。制作者が
Necessary details. Another thing that 2D animation makes you do is draw your character and object many times, keeping consistent form. Depending on what you're animating, you can get better at dealing with anatomy and how the anatomy works in motion. Locomotion and the mechanics of anatomy. Another thing that 2D animation makes you do is draw your character and object many times, keeping consistent form. Depending on what you're animating, you can get better at dealing with anatomy and how the anatomy works in motion. Locomotion and the mechanics of anatomy are some great knowledge to have. If you're drawing in another style or character, you get better at adapting to any other style. You get better at dealing with character, cartooning, and caricature. You learn more about visual appeal. You obtain a great shorthand for your work. Now, why are these skills important? A lot of 2D animators have actually transitioned from a 2D animator to a character designer, a CG animator, or a story artist. Most of my co-workers from DreamWorks have started out as a 2D animator during the Renaissance age of Disney, and have thrived in other positions outside of 2D animation. Some have become well-known character designers. A character designer's job is not only to design the shape, language, and the look of the character, but also make them solid and animatable. Since 2D animators know how to animate the character and keep the form consistent, they can prepare character designs that are actually ready for animation in both 2D and 3D mediums. You'll also be able to explore acting choices and special poses for these characters that feel grounded and graphically appealing because of that 2D animation knowledge. The world of storyboarding has also changed, since many story artists now board and pitch digitally. Because of the advantage of the digital medium, more frames and description can be added to these boards to the point where it's almost similar to watching an animation. The reason for this change is because animatics are often screened to producers or test audience, and these individuals probably have no idea on how to read traditional storyboards. Modern storyboards have more panels, they feel more animated and have more drawings and poses. Some of these drawings may be fully toned and cleaned up, albeit loose. With hand-drawn animation skills, you can show detailed acting, have loose yet elastic drawings, and have some great broad gestures. If you think about it, knowledge on 2D animation not only makes you a better draftsman, but great at adapting
2D アニメーションを学ぶと
that require drawing as well.
いろいろ役立つって
Finally, the benefit of knowing
言ってんの
2D
かな。
animation is knowing how to actually animate. There's a sense of accomplishment when knowing how to actually animate. Ranging from characters to objects and to effects,
すごいな。
knowing how to
まあ、エ
animate
フェ
especially
ク
in
ト
the
かけれる
classical
の
hand-drawn
かける
animated
と
characters to
ゴージャ
objects
ス
and
感が
effects. Knowing how to animate, especially in the classical hand-drawn animation fashion, is a rare skill nowadays, and is a very highly respected one to have. Imagine having that power to make drawings come to life. There are many reasons that I have why you should learn 2D animation. These are the top ones that I can think of that feel more universal. I truly think that if you're going to work in animation and that you're going to be drawing for animation, I think having that 2D animation knowledge or some experience with it is gonna put you miles ahead. So thanks for tuning in.
「グリースペンシルのいいチュートリアルないかな。 エフェクトのチュートリアル。あ、長え。
In the second half of the tutorial, I'll show you guys how I managed to replicate that VHS, VCR, or broken TV effect. I also want to emphasize the importance of just experimenting and having fun, and to gauge how far you can push a certain effect. Next, we're actually going to create the VHS effect, and here's one example of that VHS effect I have. You can see that there are some scan lines, there's some dithering effect. You'll see
エフェクトつけるのにはアフターエフェクトいいんだろうけど。グリースペンシルのチュートリアルが。
Cleanup for 2D animation is more than just making finished looking lines and closing the gap for coloring. It's a whole new skill and world of its own, and there's a reason why there's so many people who have worked primarily as cleanup artists in studios. While normal 2D rough animation can be loose and expressive and rough, cleanup is where things have to be a bit more articulate, a bit more specific, and it represents the final look of the production. So I'd like to share my own thoughts regarding cleanup for 2D animation. Hey guys, this is Hideki Matoa, and today I'd like to talk about final lines and cleanup for 2D animation. It's actually one of the most demanded requests I've been getting recently, how to do cleanup, how to do final line for your rough animation. I'm the weirdest person to ask for that because if you know my work, I tend to favor loose, noodly drawings, and I really favor sketchy lines. Like, I'm the type of guy who prefers the 60s to 70s Xerox Disney look, so films like Robin Hood, Sword in the Stone, 101 Dalmatians. I prefer that look compared to the clean and Renaissance look that they had going to the 90s, so films like Lion King, Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin, Hercules, and so on. So that's something you should know about me. But I'm just going to talk about generally how I clean up my animation regardless of style, and I want to share some tips that I was given by a Disney veteran who was a cleanup artist for Disney back in the day. The first thing you need to know is that every production has its own art direction that requires different approaches when it comes to cleanup. Animation is a vast world of different styles, genres, and art direction. Some use sketchy lines, some use clean lines, some utilize line weights and pressure, and some just use a constant line weight with no change. Some use irregular line patterns with opacity changes, for example, and some use textured lines. Some don't use lines at all and use colored shapes with no clear lines separating those colors. When I was exploring the animation for an early version of Kipo, Red Seacrest was really specific about the lines being slightly scratchy but not sketchy or too chicken scratchy. He referenced James Baxter's tie-downs for the line look of Kipo. It was oddly specific, and that's what made it hard to track when I was exploring how to do that in the animation cleanup. And mind you, I was also doing character turnarounds for that show. So that's just something that you need to know because cleanup, depending on the art direction of the show, it's its own world with a lot of different rules. However, a common cleanup line you'll see is just a standard line with constant thickness, nothing special going on, and most outsourced shows have this, and it's the most simple to keep track of. So if you're looking for something that's just simple and clean, with something that's not too fancy or too complex, something that is safe, I would just use a simple line with little to no change in line weight and thickness. Or just a hard round brush with pressure sensitivity on only the size and not on the opacity. If you want to do a good job with your final lines and cleanup, you have to have a good sense of design. So if you want to do a decent job at cleaning up, have a good sense of your principles of design. So it's not just making clear lines and closing those lines, closing those gaps. One of the reasons why cleanup is so tricky is because if it's not done properly, it can ruin the integrity of the rough animation, where the drawing feels good, it has a lot of raw energy, you can feel the form. If it's not done properly, your lines can feel static and lifeless. It can also flatten the drawing when the rough animation feels so solid. You can also make the error of having distracting line boils or even tangents. Another thing that you might want to consider is to look at your rough animation and break down why the drawing works right now before you clean it up. And a challenge is to get the good qualities of that rough animation and do it justice when you do clean it up. So this kind of leads to a few of my next points, which is you want to get a good grasp of your line confidence, your line weight, and having a good knowledge on what lines can do by themselves visually. So you want to have a good feel of drawing lines with confidence and having a good control in applying line weight and pressure. So being able to draw lines with a few or single strokes and not trying to draw a single line with many chicken scratches. So again, it's just being really confident when you draw your lines. Line weights can illustrate things like weight, depth, lighting, intensity, and many other things. And I also talk about how to indicate form by just using lines alone, without shading, without underdrawings. I actually made 2 videos talking about this stuff, so check them out in the link below. Go practice drawing your lines and observe the effects that lines have in other works of art. You might also want to consider adjusting the way you hold your pen depending on what you're drawing. So this is a tip that I got from a Disney veteran cleanup artist. His name is Alex Tapetti, and he was a guest for our animation class when I was still at school. So if you hold your pen further away from the tip, you're bound to make bigger, looser, and organic shapes that are great for things like fur, hair, or maybe even bigger forms. Instead of using my wrist, I used a range of my whole arm or just a forearm, whereas holding your pen closer to the tip can make for more smaller and precise parts like maybe eyelashes, accessories, and things like that. However, I don't try to stay here too long or my hand will die. When I make my strokes, I like to do it more in a pulling motion since I'm letting gravity do the work. Since pushing the pen away from me, that feels like it requires more energy than me pulling the pen closer to me. But this is just really a personal preference, and this is something that you just have to get familiar with over time, so you just become less rigid and shaky with your lines. I would also do your cleanup keys in the same order as you did your rough animations. So if you did your rough animation pose to pose and you figured out all the in-betweens already, I would just draw in the main keys and poses first, so things like keyframes and breakdowns, and then eventually make it to the in-betweens. Kind of like you're setting up milestones throughout your animation. If you did your rough animation straight ahead, so there's no clear key pose, I would make key poses within all of that rough animation, somewhere in the middle, somewhere in the end, somewhere in the beginning, and I would just work my way to breakdowns, to in-betweens, etc. Now, I know some people ask, should I draw my clean lines more sketchily or just single clear bold lines? And this usually depends on the project. Dream Bandits and City of Secrets utilized a sketchy art direction that required multiple strokes to really get that sketchy look. Whereas this other project that I'm working on, I want lines to be a bit more crisp and more clean. If you're someone that wants to do less strokes, I have a challenge for you. So sometimes I put a rule in my head where if the direction of my strokes changes for more than 45 degrees, I'll lift the pen up, I'll let go and create a new stroke. If it veers off 45 degrees again, then I'll release the pen and create a new stroke. And I mean, this is just an abstract number. You can set it to 90 degrees. You can even set it in a way where it's based on the type of line that you draw. So a line could be a straight line, you start a new line, a C curve, you start a new line, it's an S curve, it's again, it's just that the reason why I set some of these rules or some of these strategies is to help me have control of my work, have something that I can go to, and have ways to be more decisive with my strokes. You set little internal games and strategies for yourself. Take advantage of the digital tools.
Do you know? Is this popular?
Very good animation channel. You have partner now.
You don't believe Toniko Pantoja.
I don't believe.
I wanna watch his Blender tutorial, but I don't know why I'm watching his making animation.
Pain in the ass because it requires you to be a bit more precise and articulate with your lines. With that in mind, my hand starts to hurt a little because I personally can't maintain all that steadiness. Like, I find myself drawing a line, then I realize I don't like it, so I delete it, I draw it again, then I make a mistake, I delete it again, I draw it again. It just becomes too tiring.
I'm very good. Esto pen. I bought this jacket. So I'm very hot now. And I changed many I think そう今
Nice
I
jacket.
did camera this point. I'm not used to put I don't use the か this camera angle そうだから最初こっち行っちゃうんだよ。ライアングルいい。よかった。時たま変えようかな。
This allows me to create more precise and controlled in-betweens for curved shapes. A vector program like Toon Boom Harmony has an ability where you can change the line thickness after it's been drawn. You can change the texture, the quality of the line, the style of the line, and sometimes these tools can lead to accidental breakthroughs. Now, there's another tip that I'd like to share, and I can't remember if it was Alex Tepetti that showed this or if it was something that I learned online. But it was just a random tip that I heard, which was to draw within.
Do you watch his anime tutorial? You don't believe him? Or びっくりした。コーヒーなくなったかと思った。What the movie?
I have watched a great movie yesterday.
Animation art. So what I mean is, if your drawings are super rough, super sketchy, try and make your clean lines within or inside of the rough sketch. Now, my reasoning to this is that I'm also taking into consideration the negative space of the drawing more so than the rough lines.
Love exposure.
So this means shapes inside of the line art and shapes around the line art. If you notice my initial sketch, they're very rough, they're very loose. The brush might be a bit too thick, it might be a bit too messy. So I'm making lines around the negative space of the shapes those lines are creating.
How is your
within the rough sketch that's very messy? Make sure you consider the negative space the rough sketch lines are
learning situation?
And clean lines prioritize that. If you want to avoid things like
is it exam
Coffee time.
term? Isn't it? What project?
I'm finishing a project for the university.
Making animation. Oh, please paste your music video link. I wanna see. Right now, don't you have rush or pre-production?
I'm editing right now.
今ね、outside sound.
Nice bird sounds.
I want to see your movie. Okay, what editor program do you use? After Effects.
like line boil or things constantly changing throughout the animation, stay observant on your accents.
Adobe か。わあ。そっか、You are a student, so you can use Adobe.
Non-stop is because some accents are left out. So what do I
Premiere
mean
from
by
Adobe.
accents? They're like little points of interest within a drawing. So things like a little pointy part or an angle change or a straight line versus a sharp line. So
Are
this
you
is why I
making
always say don't always use the
your
line table because if
animation
you're not trained enough, you're not going to be able to see it. So keep flipping between your drawings. Really observe how a sharp angle or point moves. And then
still
in between, for example, put a point on that to remind yourself that there's going to be a sharp angle change here when you're doing those in betweens. So here's an example. I'm drawing a
うわ、
nose right now
大
with this
変な
character.
作業
I'm
だ。
making in betweens during the cleanup, which has specific angles to describe the tip of the nose. If I were to rush the in-between cleanup, I could lose all the minute details of all the sharp angles within
め
the
んど
nose.
くさそ
Therefore,
う。
it would create a boil or the drawing would just constantly lose form. There are several ways to mitigate this. And again, constantly flip and put points as a reminder to tell you where the accents and sharp angles occur during the in-between. Another is to utilize shift and trace, for example. A technique where you get your previous drawing and your next drawing, you adjust it so it's in the same position as your current
Wait,
frame and
do
just trace
you-
in between them.
Have
I
you
do a
ever
favor,
used
then I
any
can and animate on
solid drawing
Photoshop.
and keeping things consistent throughout the
animation
animation? I made a video on how to use this
program?
technique. Link in the description below. Or you could work smart, select the previous drawing or key, copy and paste an element from that drawing. Now remember, this gets trickier and harder depending on how complex the art direction is that you're going for or how complex your cleanup is. So if your cleanup has lines that have constantly changing line thickness, that's another factor that you're going to have to keep observing too. I want to talk about my usual go-to because, like I said, cleanup isn't my strongest priority. It isn't even my strongest forte when it comes to 2D animation. I prefer my lines a bit more inconsistent, a bit more loose, and a bit more sketchy. It gives it a bit more of a human
I
touch.
have used Toon
All
and
the
Flash
This isn't me
8.
trying to
legacy.
cop out or make excuses for my cleanup work. It's also because when I work on animation projects,
Old
I'm
version of
は
Flash.
い、宮じゃだ。
animation to the final compositing. I have to
ボア
finish
の
the
いて。
projects at a certain quota and budget. However, what if I want to keep my lines a bit more
Orange
polished
Yes,
and
I'm
and sometimes
giant.
my work a bit more easier when I do
Giant
color
villain
lines.
is
I
not
retain some quality in some of the
giant.
drawings where I am able to play around with the
It's
line
me.
weights,
You look
the line
taller today.
pressures, and the line
OPA
complexity.
Viajato.
So what I usually do is my keys and my breakdowns have more visual information in terms of line quality, line thickness, and more of the design sense. Whereas when I work on in-betweens, I use a standard brush with
incredibly
almost no
admirable
pressure or
Hitso.
maybe pressure only the size, but really it's a very generic brush, and utilize more digital tools like Bezier lines or just straight line tools. And this saves a bit more time for me. And it's enough to make the in-betweens not too distracting and not to take up most of my time. And again, the more simple your line work is, the easier it is to color when it comes to gap closing or the paint bucket tool, etc. But I know my key drawings and my breakdowns have the most detail or the most specific nuances in the line work. But this is just one way of me working around my cleanup lines.
How
Because
are you
the task
doing?
of cleaning up your lines
Adam
is its
Viajato.
own world with a lot of different disciplines. It's going to be the final look of your animation. And once you have those lines figured out, then you can move on to coloring. And I made a video talking about how I color my animation work or how I color my cleanup lines. Go check that out in the link below.
Welcome
Anyways,
back.
those
I'm
are just some
actually
of my
doing
tips
good
for
tonight.
cleanup. Okay, bye. Interested in learning hand-drawn animation?
Please
learning how to finish
take
an animated shot from beginning to end?
your
Have a
Back
look at
from
the
a
store
run.
where you'll find the complete
running photos. Photo movie. Then please
Welcome back.
upload on your YouTube. なんかこのチュートリアルあんまり絵は変わって面白いように見えるんだけど、
LUL.
グリースペンシルで回してみるか。
For example, it allows you to draw a stroke on the very back of all the other strokes. There's also the add weight data option, and you can use it when you want to create a stroke according to the vertex move and weight. The last option to mention is the additive drawing, which you can use to include strokes from the previous
塗りつぶししないんだ。
For
なんで
sculpting, you first have the selection mask. It allows you to select a bunch of strokes and work on them exclusively without affecting the rest. It can be very handy when you want to restrict the effect on specific areas. And second, you have the multi-frame
I wanna
option that
use
can be super useful when you want to
Blender
work on many
presentation.
frames at the same time. For rigging, you can benefit from the deformation tools. You simply have to manipulate the points and that's pretty much it. There's also the weight data system that can prove itself to be very useful.
すごい。
It adds points to any stroke
俺いつ
to
バージョンい
pre-state
くつでこんなできんの？
it for rigging, not to mention the modifiers that can
https://user.b/x_news.
予想以上にキュートだった。
adds fantastic effects to your objects. For animation, you have all the necessary tools to perform any kind of animation you're aiming for, whether it be traditional, frame by frame, or cutout animation. It grants you full control over the objects, so you can change the size, orientation, position, and so on. The onion skin feature will make things a lot smoother and easier by helping you display multiple frames in one single scene. Not to mention that you can use the inherited animations to your advantage by building layer parenting relations between objects. One final feature that is worth mentioning is the ability to add notes in the
字幕
viewport,
ないな。
which is very handy when working on collaborative
LUL,
projects
nice
with other
video.
artists.
ああ、
There's
に
no doubt that
Google
the
の
power of this tool has become very
翻
obvious
訳
and
が
tangible to you
お
by
かしくな
now.
ってるのか。
But there's still one rather unpleasant question that starts creeping in. Can you learn this innovative thing? Grease Pencil, as well as Blender, are being used by professionals and talented artists. You've certainly came across them on YouTube, Blender Market, Blender Nation, pretty much everywhere. It might overwhelm you and lure you into thinking that you need their potential to achieve the same results. The answer is
で、
no. Grease Pencil follows the same pattern as its container Blender 3D.
はい、スプークジャック、good money.
It's known to be super
Are there heavy lag?
Good morning. Today is cold as well.
Please use on YouTube or ニコビデオ I heard ニコビデオ has less lag. Of delay. チャット&ボイスか。
Lag on Twitch. I see.
音とボイスの間に。で、How to fix? こっち使うか。どうだろう。ワールドロワー。うわ、ヘビーラグ。 World's door is viaggiato.
Suitable for beginners with a fine learning curve, especially when armed with motivation and perseverance.
Test.
As we mentioned before, Grease Pencil comes integrated in the 3D package itself. Since Blender is fully free and open source, this makes the 2D object fall under the same description, but you can still make donations if you want to support the development team, or even contribute at improving the core software
Amazing.
and skills with code. We hope you found this video useful
Over 1
and
minute lag.
informative. Comment below if you think that we've missed something or if
Amazing
you have
lag.
any suggestions. Thank you for watching.
うわ、半面使う
There's
き
no
ついな。
doubt that the power of this tool has become very obvious and tangible to you by now. But there's still one rather
こっ
unpleasant
ちは
question
そんなでもないか
that
な。
Can you learn this innovative thing? Grease Pencil as well as Blender
10
are being
SEC
used
between
by
chat and
professionals
voice.
and talented artists. You've certainly came across them on YouTube, Blender Market, Blender Nation, pretty much everywhere. It might overwhelm you and lure you into thinking that you need their potential to achieve the same results. The answer is no. Grease Pencil follows the same pattern as its container Blender 3D. It's known to be suitable for beginners with a fine learning curve, especially when armed with motivation and perseverance. As we mentioned before, Grease Pencil comes integrated in the 3D package itself. Since Blender is fully free and open source, this makes the 2D object fall under the same description, but you can still make donations if you want to support the development team.
Today we're gonna take a look at some of the newest Blender add-ons that were recently released.
あ、
These
これ
add-ons
いい
will
な
help you.。
3D の。良さそうなチュートリアルか。あ、そうだ、スプークジャック。I forget to show my traditional style art. Are you still here? これとか。やっぱ見づらいかな。
Yes.
めちゃいい。
ありがと
Very cool painting.
う。なるほど。ちょっといいですね。色合いがいまいちない。いい色が強すぎるのか。
素晴らしい。コール、アントロアド。
これが強すぎるな。一応
Cool and Lord.
作ってまあいいか。よく見えないね。Yes。コピーというか、模写。
Looks like magic card.
All are 模写をする。Those are copy。こんなんとかね。これとか。見てんのか。ここにあんの？手元のカメラのために目を遮る部分を決め Now, I practice
I
the
like them very much. You should frame them and hang on the
watercolor
wall.
paint.
This video is brought to you by Skillshare. Today we're gonna take a look at some tutorials that you may have missed. You will learn about geometry nodes, simulations and animation, as well as a few tips and tricks that will be handy for you. So without further ado, let's get started. But before we do that, I want to let you know about Skillshare, which is a learning platform that has a lot of classes about 3D modeling, animation, game development, design, you name it. For example, this class called Blender for 3D Beginners create a 3D vaporwave animation. Basically, you will learn the simple and beginner-friendly process of creating a vaporwave-style animation inside Blender. At first, you will learn many basic tools and interface elements within Blender while building and animating your statue. In the modeling phase, you will learn how to achieve the vaporwave aesthetic. You will be altering a 3D scanned Roman statue. When it comes to lighting, you will set up a stylized lighting setup, including volumetry lighting. In shading, you will learn how to give the objects the appearance of glowing neon lights or golden metal. You will also create a subtle looping animation featuring your vaporwave statue. Lastly, you will render the final animation in Blender so you can share it with friends and others. And the good thing is, Skillshare is very affordable, which allows you to get access to all these fantastic classes. The first 1,000 people to use the link in the description will get a 1-month free trial of Skillshare Premium membership. Now, we all know that a good sky can impact the realism of your scene, but we often get stuck or confused about how to actually add a good sky. You might think that there is only two ways to do that, and that's either by using HDRI or by adding the Blender default sky texture. But actually, there is another better way, and that's what you will be discovering with Max Hay in this tutorial about how to create a beautiful sky inside Blender. You might be asking yourself, what makes this way better than the other ones? Well, to simply answer the question, it is much easier, and it looks much better, and most importantly, it doesn't add any render time. Moving on, we have a VFX and compositing tutorial by Brad from Light Architect. He is very skilled at both.
この辺のチュートリアルが全部あるってこと？いいな。わあ、すげえ。うーわ、かっこいい。
Some of my models with Legos, and thankfully we can actually do that in Blender, and now with the use of geometry nodes, which will be the thing you will be learning today with this YouTube video made by Joey Carlino. In this one, he will show us how to make anything with Legos using the recent geometry nodes features. Don't worry though, it won't have a big or complex node tree. It is actually very simple and easy to do. It won't even take a lot of time. If you need the model you want to be on Legos, then you will do some geometry nodes magic and voila, you have a beautiful Lego model with all the materials of the model that you had. You can also control the resolution to decide how much detail you want, which is great.
レゾリューション上がるとあんまりどうでもいいか。
Have you ever thought about how these renders of big and large cityscapes are being made? Well, after watching this, you will realize that it is actually a pretty simple process and it will just take a few minutes. In this video, Max shows us how to create amazing cityscapes in Blender easily, done by a channel called Blender OSM. He also showcased how to texture all the buildings easily.
Just ate 2 egg sandwiches with mayo for dinner.
Some parts to give more realism to your city. Speaking of simulations, the following tutorial from Blender Made Easy will show you how to make a simulation of bursting rockets using particle systems. You will learn how to build simulations of smoke, fire, collisions, and emitting simulations. You will also learn what each
I
object in the
thought
particle system accomplishes.
you don't
as
have
well as
money,
the settings
so
of a fluid and
you
collision
can't eat.
simulations.
I'm
Even though
full.
Blender is not the best at simulations, he discovered a surprisingly simple and useful technique to do all this kind of simulation. You will certainly learn something from this, because it goes right to the point. We already know that rigid bodies in Blender can be used to do a variety of different things.
Me too.
And one of the things that you can create with it is simulating tank tracks, which is exactly what
I don't
Arjun
have money.
demonstrated in this video. You will learn how to animate tank tracks in Blender using physics,
Wow,
in addition to
lovely.
rigid bodies and constraints, as well as how to create a tank to move along a road with all of its wheels reacting
But
and
not
moving
for
along
long.
the surface. If you want to
No,
understand exactly
better
how rigid bodies
days
and physics simulations
will
function
not
inside
come.
Blender, this video will be helpful to you.
Better days will come.
Now, have you ever needed for some reason to make a jellyfish? Exactly, me neither. I've never thought of making one, but CG Matter has done this wonderful tutorial about making a
Hitsub
jellyfish in
236,
Blender,
how do you
so I
eat?
think it's gonna be a useful thing. The thing you'll be learning though is not actually how to make one, but instead you will exactly
LUL.
learn about geometry nodes.
No.
You
Well,
need a medium-sized
don't it
node
Orange
tree
is
with a
terrible.
variety of
hold
nodes,
it
so
Hope
you will
it's
learn
the
a lot
only thing
of
that
what these
hold me
nodes
in
can
this
do.
world.
It's
forever?
always so impressive to see what geometry nodes are capable of. And
You
if you wanna learn
just
more
did
about them, CG Matter is one of
accepted
the right
wow
places.
the situation.
A new style of art has been common nowadays, and I have seen a lot of artists using it in their projects. I don't know what to call it, but it's kind of mixed between abstract and inflating objects. So if you want to try this kind of art, you will find this video useful.
2 egg sandwich
It's about
with mayo
creating
is a great
abstract
foundation
inflating
of the
animation
world.
I'm
in
not
Blender. This
terrible.
tutorial is different from
Wow,
others
there is
because they
terrible.
didn't explain exactly what they are doing, but he will show you how he's doing it as you follow along with the steps. And when you finish the tutorial, I'm pretty sure you will be learning something.
かっこいい。
Some new nodes have been added in Blender
テクスチャー変わるだけで
and
も
these new ones will help you make some stuff much more
すごい。
easier and simpler. For example, Joey has
なんか気持ち悪
showcased
い。
how new instance attributes and geometry nodes work and what you can make with it.
あ、これいいな。このジオメトリーノートが。6分ぐらい。これか。かっちょいい。
We can create no hair and fuzz without using any particle system with more control and better performance, which is truly amazing and helpful. Now, have you ever made a mistake when using Blender? Or maybe you got frustrated when making something? Well, I'm here to tell you that it is totally fine because even professionals make mistakes and get themselves in tough situations. Therefore, in order to
64の
assist
カ
you
セ
in
ットだ。
correcting these mistakes, Southern Shotty 3D has created a YouTube video demonstrating the top 10 Blender mistakes that artists commit and how to actually fix them. He walks you through these mistakes that are actually made in modeling and rigging, as well as with lighting, in addition to some rendering mistakes. And at the end of each mistake, he will show you how to fix it in a simple way, which will be helpful to you. I hope you found this video useful. If you did, please give it a thumbs up. You can also check some of our previous videos. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
T-pose.
Some of my models with
これすごい
some of my models
な。
with
これが2分40秒か。
Characters, photo scans, landscapes, and even simulations. All of these can be turned into Lego bricks using one of the new features in Blender 3.4 that lets us access more of our instance attributes. All of this means that we can now make massive Lego scenes without Blender crashing. The first step is getting a model that you want to turn into Lego bricks. I'm going to use this free beach ball model that I got from Sketchfab. I'll put a link to it below. Stick around until
ス
after
ケ
to
ッ
see
チフ
some
ァ
more
ボから、だ
impressive
っ
examples.
てスケッチファボっていう場所から、I can download a free 3D モデル。スケッチファボ。おっとっと。スケッチ。
いいね。
いいね。 ほうほう。ああ、3D はここで、モデルアニメはオンライン、シェア、入って。3、いや、maybe 3も。
These are free. Wow.
3D モデルをフォーシャリング。
Maybe some of them.
どれだろう。まずはインスパイアリングか。
At Vijado it depends. There are many ways to eat for free. Children's parties, stealing, asking the family for money, begging. It all depends on how big your ego is.
Your experience, what are you in? Did cat? 後でこれやろう。今は英語勉強をして。
I'll put a link to it below. Stick around until after to see some more impressive examples. So let's open up Blender 3.4. Now we can go over to the Geometry Nodes workspace and add a new node tree. And we're going to add a mesh to volume node.
Children's parties are the best ones.
Distribute points in volume.
Hola.
Make sure that this is set to grid. Now we can use an instance on points node to turn all of these into cubes. We just need to add a cube node right here and plug that in. So now our cubes are going to be too big, so we need to scale them down right here. And I know the exact number that we need because we have the spacing right here. So we can just set the scale to be the same as the spacing, and we can do that with a value node. I'll set this to 0.3 and plug it in right here and also right here. And now our cubes should fit perfectly, but if you look carefully, you can tell that the inside is filled with cubes also. And that's because of our mesh to volume node. We have it filling the volume, so we can uncheck that, but now we have to determine like how thick we want the walls to be. And that's what these exterior and interior bandwidth options are. Instead of adding space outside, I like to add space on the inside, so we can turn that up right here. But we already have this value option, which I can plug into the interior bandwidth.
Vision function.
Only one block thick now. If you're noticing some gaps in your model, you can just multiply this with a math node, and I like to multiply it by 2. Basically, whatever number you select right here is how many Legos thick your wall will be, so this will be 2 Legos thick now. It's also a good idea to change the resolution to size and set the voxel size to be the same as this value right here, so it's the same size as our cube. And we can control the resolution of our cubes by making this value bigger or smaller like this. Now I want to replace all of these cubes with Lego bricks, so to model a single brick we have to figure out how big they are, and this is no easy task because the brick size is actually a secret formula that the Lego family has been passing down through the generations. To make this easy with our geometry node setup, I scaled up the dimensions, so just follow my lead. Add a plane, tab into edit mode, and if you want to see the dimensions, you can turn on the edge length right here. S to scale by 0.5, E to extrude by 1.23, I to inset by 0.192, E to extrude by 0.218. At the bottom, inset 0.154 and
take
extrude
care.
just a little bit. At the top right here, select these edges and Control B to bevel. Hit C while beveling so they don't overlap, and add a few more segments to smooth it out. And last, hit A to select everything and M to merge by distance. This is our Lego brick. I also like to right-click, shade auto smooth like that, and add a bevel modifier. Make the amount a little smaller right here, set the shading to hardened normals. Now we can name this
But
Lego,
there is a carrefour near home, where the security camera does not
Security camera does not
so it is very easy to get an advocate or
in there.
Sometimes even
Root
a
section.
so I think
It is very easy to
we
get
can just
down.
hit Control A and apply the rotation. These aren't perfect cubes, so you can see them overlapping a little bit. And this is pretty easy. All we need to do is bring in a vector math node. We can drop it in right here and set it to multiply and set all of these to 1. So I know our Lego brick is 1 by 1 meter at the bottom and it's 1.23 meters tall, like that. And as soon as we change this, you can see they're all lined up perfectly now. Now when we switch over to rendered view, you can see that our colors are lost, so we have to bring those back. And there is a way to do that with instances now. You can see that the material for this beach ball for some reason is named Scene Root, and that there is just one material. So we can add a set material node in here and set it to that material. And if we take a look in the shading editor, you can see that we just have one image texture right here, and that's what's controlling the color. We actually don't need these two, so we can just delete these and plug it directly into the base color like that. So in Blender, the default UV map is just called UV map, and so we're going to get the UV map information from our old mesh, and we're going to find out which parts are closest to our new mesh, and that's how we're going to transfer it. In previous versions, we'd use the transfer attribute node, but it's a little different in 3.4 now, and we have to use the sample index node and also the sample nearest node. And to get the UV map, we can bring in the named attribute node, and this will give us access to any of the attributes that exist in our mesh. You can see we already have the UV map as an option right here, so we can just select that. Now we need to change our sample index to vector so that it matches the color. We can plug that in right here, and we want to plug our original geometry from our group input node into both of these right here, and you can plug the sample nearest into the index right there. Now if we click on this, you can see that our UV map, it says that it's using face corners as our domain, so we need to change both of these to face corners. Now we can save this attribute right here with a store named attribute node, and we just want to plug this in down here, and we can plug this in to the value right there. Make sure that this is set to vector, and you want to change this from point to instance, because you can see right here we're using instances. Now you can name this whatever you want, but I'm just going to overwrite our UV map by naming it the same thing. You can just call it UV map. And in this case, you know, capitalization does matter. Okay, so nothing is different right now, and that's because we have to change one thing on the shader side. So let's go over to shading, and right now this is using the UV map, but it's not going to work right unless we use an attribute. Plug in, you know, whatever you named it. I named it UV map. You can plug it in, and you have to make sure that you change this type from geometry to instancer. And as soon as you do that, the colors will be transferred. And this will adapt when we change our resolution too, so you could set this to something a little smaller and it will still work just fine. You can also go into edit mode and rotate this around, and you can see that all the Legos will stay sticking straight up like that when you move it in edit mode. If you want these to be angled, you have to move it in object mode like this. Just so you know, one thing that will break this is if your mesh has any openings, if it has any holes. So we could just, you know, select this top one and delete it. And you can see that it kind of breaks because our mesh to volume can't really figure out what's on the inside and what's on the outside. So if you're using a different model and it's not working, make sure that it has no holes. It also gets more complicated when you have multiple materials per model, because you basically have to do this for every material. Right now, I don't think there's a quicker way to do it because you can't do a lot of things with materials in geometry. Also, if you're using something that isn't using a UV map, for instance, if you're using a texture that's using object coordinates, you can get that to work with instances by using an object info node and plugging in the location instead of the object coordinate like that. Let's test this out on some other things, but to make this easier to use, let's duplicate our group input, and everything that's plugged into here we can just plug in like that, and this is going to be our resolution. So we can hit N to open up this side panel, and we can rename this resolution, and we can change it from a vector into a float like that. And we're also going to want to change the material right here, so we can plug an empty slot in like that, and now over here we can access those options. I'm using the Sketchfab add-on, and with this you can search for models and import them without ever leaving Blender. So I found this cool photo scan of this temple right here. I'm going to import that. And right now this is really huge, so we should probably scale it down quite a bit. And when it's a good size, we can apply the scale, And this is made up of a few different objects, so I want to merge all of these together. So you can just select all of them and hit Control J, and it'll turn it into one object.
I have never ate
Now we can turn this into Legos by giving it a geometry node modifier and making sure that it's using the node tree that we just made. So the resolution we have to turn up, I'll turn it up to something like 0.5, and it's already starting to work, but let's make it a little higher res. And we have to change the material to the one that it came with, which is just called Matte 0, and we're gonna have to update it in the shader editor also. So the only one that I care about is the base color right here, so we can actually just delete everything else. Just like before, you can bring in an attribute node, set it to UV map, change it to instancer, and plug in the vector, and now the colors should work. So if you turn this up really high, like to 0.05, it will start to get a little slower.
I will
So if you want it to be more lightweight in the viewport,
this
you can
tutorial.
set this to something higher, like 0.4, and we'll go back over to geometry nodes, and we can actually set two different resolutions,
Viewer
one for
and
viewport and one for render. So to do that,
interesting.
search for a node called isViewport, and we'll bring in a switch node. Want to make sure that this is set to float, and we can plug all of these into the output like that. And we can plug this into the switch. So now whenever the viewport is showing, it will use whatever value is true, and when it's rendering, it will use the false value. So true is going to be viewport, and false is going to be render. So if you want, you can rename them. So we can set the render to something a little higher, like 0.05, like we had it before. Now I'll just set up a camera and some lights, and when we hit render, you can see that our rendered version is much higher resolution than what we were seeing in our viewport. I don't ask very often, but if you enjoyed this video, please like and subscribe. It helps me out a lot. And if you want the file from this video, you can get it on Patreon, along with early access videos and coupon codes for free products. I also donate some of the money to environmental causes each month. If you like learning about new Blender features,
Yes, I will
videos next.
do 1 hour squat.
1 hour squat.
But not yet. まだまだ。
Holy shit.
Which goes over better you probably miss it. グリースペンシルのチュートリアルはないか。そんな。ということで、ボルさんも、ブレンダーやって遊ぶか旅に出ましょう。
ユニティじゃダメか？
ユニティでもいいですね。自分がやりたい。ユニティの方がゲームやりやすいんでしたっけ？フリーチュートリアルが
tutorials from different creators. We'll see different stuff from animation, effects and simulation, in addition to shading, and of course, geometry nodes. Josh Gambrell on YouTube will discuss how to improve your renders by telling a story through your art. In this 20-minute tutorial, you will see how he sets up this desert planet scene in Blender and Photoshop. You will also learn how to plan your shot, position the camera using the camera angle, and add few models to the scene to convey a story. Kevin from KevBing's YouTube channel is back at it again with another tutorial, and this time you will be creating a cityscape from Ready Player One movie, using geometry nodes of course. First, you will construct one stand platform so we can stack them on top of each other, using a bit of geometry nodes magic. After that, you will scatter all the platforms across the grid and give them some randomness. Next, you will add few details on the scaffolding structures such as trailers, stairs, air conditioners, and so on. Martin from CG Boost YouTube channel also released a great video on how to create a dynamic fence using geometry nodes in Blender, which means the fence will react to the topology on the ground, and will also affect the height of the grass next to it. So grass that is close to the fence will be smaller. First, you will shrink wrap a curve on top of the terrain, and scatter your fence pieces using an instance on a point node. And with some adjustment, you will get a fence that reacts to the changes of the terrain automatically. And for the advanced part of the tutorial, you will see how you can
many
make the grass
possibilities in
react with
Blender.
proximity from the fence. So as the grass gets closer to the fence, it gets smaller. And by converting the fence into a mesh and using proximity node, you will be able to control the size of the grass depending on the distance.
なるほどな。そういう調整がジオメトリーノードでできるんだ。
This effect can also be used to make a disintegration or crumbling effect. You will start first by creating a particle system, which will be a guide to your pieces, and by using an image texture, you can increase the density of the particle.
にもできるし、街並みにもできるし。
Making something in it.
You will see how you can apply the class simulation, create a vertex mask to influence only the logo area, and at the end, you will see some kind of animations, shading, lighting, and you will finish your work by doing some compositing
236 yet, but also Adam Smith.
In this video, Raffle VFX will guide you through the process of using the amazing Blender add-on RBD Lab to make this collapse animation from start to finish. RBD Lab is an add-on that takes advantage of physics inside Blender to make the workflow of breaking stuff extremely easy, and it can be used to add debris, dust, in addition to
Just
smoke.
start selling
With
something,
its latest
get
version,
money, and find
it is
peace.
offering a lot of new features, and you can see that in the video we made recently. In this tutorial, you will see exactly how you can use RBD Lab and some of its features to fracture the tower, add physics and
You're a
constraints to
smart
the
guy.
chunks, and use acetone to gradually break them. And finally, add debris, dust, and smoke in order to add more realism. This tutorial is extremely helpful if you have RBD Lab already installed, but if you don't, I highly recommend that you check it out.
Watching it tutorial.
Simon 3D will teach you how to recreate this
VW8
iconic
Sayo
line
to
in
Saberashi
this
Disuni.
Dragon Ball Z インサイドブランドで。
You will have to increase the subdivision of the cube to have some geometry to use once you apply this displacement modifier
You are
controlled by
lying.
Born or texture. Now by changing the coordinates field on the
Man
displacement
really busy with
modifier from the
university
local
work
Very
these
state,
days.
you can
nice.
animate the displacement just by manipulating the attached empty object. You will also see how you can create a toon shader from the cloud, and even how to add a trail for it.
Adam Smith, so you are a liberal?
Steve from the massive
At
YouTube
ReStreamBot
channel
Orange
also released a
366
tutorial on how
LUL.
to use geometry nodes to set up a radial array in Blender. First, he demonstrates the problems you might face when using a circle, and why you want to use an arc node instead. You will learn how to add other settings to your instant object, such as rotation, scale, location, how to offset the rotation, and also how to expose all the relevant settings so that you will be able to adjust the radial effect from the modifier window.
T-Fire window
At
で。
episode 236 neither one.
Default Cube YouTube
I'm
channel,
just a guy.
and it is all about how to divide something into parts that do not intersect. Through the magic of geometry nodes, you will randomize the grid deliberately through a combination of triangles and dual mesh nodes. You will also learn how to add shading and procedural textures through your stone's formation.
I real.
By the end, you will have a geometry node setup that will allow you to turn anything into stone formation.
石の情報を変える
In
っ
this
て
tutorial, you will learn how to create this abstract,
Neither
seamless,
communist nor
procedurally
liberal.
generated animation using only geometry nodes in Blender. At first, you would think that the node setup is complicated, but surprisingly it is not. The node tree is extremely simple, but the bulk of the effect is done by manipulating a bunch of cube instances around the circle and animating them and adding some randomness using the index node. The results look really intricate and satisfying at the same time. This tutorial is from Arendelle, and it is all about creating the side-scrolling infinite loopy landscape animation with an airplane flying through it. The landscape created is powered by geometry nodes, which makes it fully procedural. As a result, you will have more freedom to adjust the objects surrounding the design. You will also learn how to loop noise and make it scroll from the left to the right. Next, you will see how you can animate the spaceship by following the topology of the ground achieved by calculating the distance between the airplane and the ground, allowing you to steer the plane
Don't
left
play
and right.
magic. Listen, play.
Have you played
This is a
Magic
really useful
recently at
10-minute tutorial on
Orange-kun?
how to fix some of the most common issues when it comes to shading in Blender. This video is a true savior. Sometimes when modeling in Blender, you encounter a few inevitable, nasty shading artifacts that could ruin your project. The good news is,
形を
this
変える
technical
のが
problem is fixable
こんな
thanks to this
すごいか。
step-by-step video. In this simple tutorial, you will find out who's the culprit behind some of those shading issues and how to fix them using various techniques such as flatten, normal
形を取るの
transform,
に
and weighted normals.
いいチュートリアルなのか。
How to
で
animate a
今
collection
の
of objects along a path in Blender.
今のが理想的っぽくて、でも学べるのが
Hey, what's up guys? In this video, I want to show you 3 common shading situations which seem to confuse a lot of people. You know how when you're modeling and you get these really nasty shading errors and you just don't know why they're happening? I'm going to show you how to fix them in this video. Oh, and by the way, we made a product about a year ago which is totally free called the Boolean Handbook. We recently re-uploaded it to our website, so if you want to pick it up and go through a bit more examples compared to what I have here, take a look at that. There's a link in the top of the description and it's totally free, and I think it's a great complement to this video. Alright, so let's go to the first example here. I'm going to go into MatCap because in MatCap you can kind of see the issues a bit better. So where's the first one? This one right here. So notice if I kind of like pan around here, you're going to see right up here in the corner, we kind of have this nasty shading stretch right here. See it? You can only see it at certain angles, but it is very obvious. Now, what a lot of people try to do, well, I'll see people ask this in my forum all the time. They'll say, oh, how do I fix this? Then like the #1 response is, oh, it's not a weighted normal modifier. And it doesn't fix the problem. That's because the problem here has nothing to do with weighted normal at all. You're going to see whether I have a weighted normal or a hardened normals or not, it's still there. So if you add a weighted normal modifier,
寒いですね。
normals,
も
and that doesn't fix the issue,
うドテ
it is
ラ着て
99% of the time telling you that the face is not fully
帽子か
flat.
ぶって
So check this out. If I go in here and select these 2 faces, and then I press S, this is the x-axis here, so if I press S, X, and then 0, this will flatten it, and that'll immediately fix the problem because that face wasn't technically flat. One of these vertices were probably slightly pulled to the left, and then if you flatten it, it's going to make sure everything shades correctly. So that is how you can
帽
fix
子俺
these
買い
types
す
of
ぎて
problems.
今
Alright, the second most common situation
5、6
is
個あります
something
よ
like this. So you have a boolean running on a curved surface.
これ
You
は
can
100
see
均だ
right
け
here,
ど
boolean on a curved surface. You're going to see right in the corners there, we have this really nasty shading stretch. See that right there? And even though we have a perfect set of quad topology right here, it doesn't matter because bevel workflow is different from a sub-D workflow. In this case, what's happening, even though we have a quad right here, what the bevel does is it turns into an n-gon where we
ようでもないの
have
に
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7
なんとなくいいなと同じような形のを
and since this is on a
何個も
curved
買っちゃ
area,
う
it is not going to shade properly. Now, situations like these are the hardest to
なんで
fix because
俺
there's
は
no
これ
technical
は
way we could
ニック
really
とベースボールキャップの
fix this
2
by
つ
just dropping in a loop
ベ
or
ースボールキャッ
Your
プ
best
は
bet is to try
日
to
よけか
isolate it by dropping in a
それぐらいでいいです
loop
よね
like that. What you could also do if you have the freedom to do so is you could try
何個も
boolean,
でも
or
帽
before you
子
run the boolean, you could try making the boolean end on one of the flat surfaces.
気温によっ
That's gonna be
て
your
すげえ寒い
best.
時
But
と
if you absolutely have
ち
to
ょっと
have it
寒
on
い
a
時
curved
で
area,
かぶり
then
がい
you
が
have
で
to
き
make
る
some
と
sacrifices here. This is a situation in which you can't really fix that problem. The best solution here would be to actually use a normal transfer, and I'll show you how this works. So basically what I could do here
いいなと思っ
is I
て
could
たら
select
何個も
this
買いすぎ
area here. We'll duplicate it. So Shift D, right click, and then P to separate by selection. And then I'm just going to have
コ
this
ピ
heavy
ー
piece
コ
right
ピー
here.
して
So what I
つ
want
け
to
る
do
と
is
あ
just
んな
kind of
へこむのか
let's fill this here and then just press the F key a few times.
へ
And then we'll go up here and fill that in and then just dissolve out this area here. Okay, cool.
へこま
So
し
now
た
we
り
have a piece
戻
that
したり
actually does have perfect shading. And what we can do here is we can use a normal transfer to transfer that shading over. Now this can be tricky if you don't do
な
it
るほど
correctly. So what
重
I
ねるとあん
usually
な
do
風
is
に
I take the piece with the good shading and I rename it to good shading so
表
I
面が
know
ボコボコす
what
る
piece that's referring to. Then you can go ahead and actually we'll just leave it live for right now. We're going to select this piece and add a data transfer modifier. The source is going to be the good shading. We're going to go to face corner data, custom normals, and then projected face interpolated, okay?
タポリ
And
っ
you're
て
gonna
Interpolated.
あのかなタポリートをやった気がするな
see if we hide this, it's still going to have, it's going to kind of be fixed, but it's not going to look very good. So what you actually want to do after this is you want to scale this and position it right over the area that actually matters. So maybe like right around here. You're going to see it's already a little bit better. And you're going to see if I turn off and
重
on the
ね
data
て
transfer.
直したわけじゃな
it's
くて
almost
埋め
there.
た
So
だ
what
け
we do
か
now
インタ
is
ポ
we
リー
still have
ト
a little bit of an issue right there. So maybe we could take these three edges and extrude them all the way across. You're going to see the bevel kind of gets interrupted right here. So you could play with the mix factor as well.
これ細かすぎて
Now you could also try to finesse it. You
Way
could try
too
moving this
high
up so
level
it doesn't really interfere with that bevel.
tutorial for me
Technically the data transfer should be fully accurate, but there is some leeway I've seen in my experience.
と配線ついて
Well, this sounds simple, but in practice, you will find that it is a lot more complicated than that.
これいいな
Max Edge on YouTube uploaded a tutorial on how to use
これやりたい
geometry nodes to create an infinite
I
object
wanna
flow on
make
curves. You will learn
this
how to control the
animation.
speed, the size of your instant objects, and how to rotate them randomly.
いいねいいねこれが靴
To how to change their size based on the radius and the tilt of the curve. The next one is not a tutorial, but 3 separate ones. However, they are not so different from one another, as they all showcase step-by-step instructions on how to manipulate fractal geometry using geometry nodes and Blender Cell Fracture add-on. The first one is from Sinai, and it focuses on creating a reverse fracture effect, which is great to use if you are building a platform or game or just want to add some visual appeal to your digital environment. The second one is from Max Edge, and similar to the first, it is all about proximity node and how to affect the chunks of the fractured object based on a set distance. And the last one is from Relight Motion, which allows a similar approach to the previous tutorial, but with a slightly different result. If you are interested in one of these tutorials, you will find the necessary links in the description. I hope you found this video useful. If you did, please give it a thumbs up. You can also check some of our previous videos. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you.
This is one of those effects that seems simple on paper, yet I can't find a good tutorial for it. And I think we can put this off in geometry nodes. Basically, we're going to have a collection of objects animated along a path, and they will be going infinitely down that path. And also, I'll show you how to rotate them randomly, and how to set this up so that the radius
なんで Yahoo プレミア入ってたんですか
dictates how far out they go.
I will watch これは明日だな
携帯でソフ版は言ってたから自動で入ってた。
なるほどああいう携帯入ると 強制的に加入させられるやつ。
水木一郎肺がんで死んだの知ってる？
聞きました。
プレミアで無料では入れてたから。
有料期間が終わったから。ただ、水木一郎の影響下にあんまりいなかったから、どのぐらいすごい人なのかよくわからなかったです。歌手だってぐらいでした。
Do is you can also rotate them on their own axis. So if I get rotate instances, and for this one I will use a way slower. These instances I really do
これもジオメトリーノートを使ってるからいいな。やろう。おう。ジオメトリーノート。いや。
In today's video, as usual, we're gonna
い
see
や、
some
このサイトいいな。てか、チャンネル。これを、ブレンダー学習と英語学習に使う、B ライトバック。
おらん。
これは何だ。ない。本気で食うやるか。I will go to hell. すごい。これ、手作りだって。
LUL。
どら焼き手作りってどんだけ。ねえ、うまそう。どら焼きって手作りできる？まあ、ホットケーキ、ただ、この焦げ目が、すごい。どら焼きの手作り。
タッカアットマークこんにちは。
はい。タッカさん。こんにちは。暗記で組めるタイム。陥りやすい。コンドーレンス。ライアボー。ライアボー。承認、ライアボー。手が寒い。どこからともなく comes from nowhere out from nowhere out of nowhere どこでもないところから出てくる。
今日は11時半頃から洗濯。それまで雨が下ってる。
ここから。なるほど。True. Is this true form? I, Gold Master. God. Freedom.
Man, I'm addicted to running. I love it.
True form. What is true form? ああ、これ。いいでしょう。めっちゃあったかい。Very
Your orange clothes is
hot
your true final
clothes. あんで。この膝までかかってて、膝掛けまで立つから。ただやっぱり、これ女性用。Maybe this is women. For real. I need more wide broad bust leg area. ちょうど、上はちょうどいいんだけどな。兼用なんだろうけどな。もう少し、欲しいかな。Thanks。1時半までまだ雨降ってるんですか？ 俺は昨日選択して、一昨日か。で、
Precision.
プレシージョン。洗い物。まだちょっとあるけど。今日はいいかな。正確精密、プレシージョン。Addicted to running. Yeah, it is good season for you to be. But in Japan, running is hell. Too cold. Decision.
Consultation.
Consultation. 相談。したい。
Come run with me.
I will go to ブラジル。ブラジル。I need to become モーゼ。
Cross the ocean running.
英語でもモーゼって通じる ?Can you is this correct? モーゼ pronunciation consultation
おはよう。
LUL.
はい朝おはよう How was your first work? Consultation And did you get 定期券I thought
I don't start until the 20th.
モーゼズモーゼズ I
Moses,
understand
but I got it.
S がつくんだコンサルテーションそうだじゃあまだまだ働かなくていいアラジーアラジースタディアラジーYes, I did it 2 days ago.
Did you squat?
I did 1 hour. Got ボールワッチで前ですか両親コンシャスネスコンシャス baffle yes I don't get sore I'm
Don't
already
your legs hurt?
get パワーでカーフ困惑失敗バフォーはあ一日風呂に入らないだけで 帽子かぶると頭かゆくなる。バッフォー。雨降ってるのに、ゴミ回収大変だ。バッフォー。困惑失敗。服従。制服。サブジュゲイト。30分ぐらいやろうかな。服従制服。サブジュゲイト。サブジュゲイト。翻訳。abbreviate。abbreviation。abbreviation。body。friend。パオ。男やつ友達。Hoping against hope ありえないことを望む。I don't know such Chinese meaning. Yes, I'm hurt.
Hurt leg master.
hoping against hope ありえないことを望む。Chinese.
It's a website for learning Chinese.
お腹減る。これは食べたい。Chinese is the easiest way to learn Chinese character. I already have. うわぁ、めんどくさそう。ログインじゃない。ログインじゃなくて、どうやって入る？これか。あ、で、ログイン。How to? Apple Store only. I don't have Apple Store. Target expensive. I hate this. I don't want to pay. 陽気にする。cheerfully.
Exhilarate.
Easy. For free. Japanese 必要だ。
Like Duolingo. Is there a
Chinese は役に立ちそうだけど。I hate human. How to make account? Do I need it? Apple Store. I can't make account. Why?
You already have an account.
Really? どうやって
No Muzukasuku now yo. You played it a few months ago. I just remembered.
Invalid name な。作ってないっぽい。Maybe I don't have account. チニーズイ。
パスワード忘れあるある。
いやー、パスワード復活のためのメールアカウントは作用しないからダメかな。
Exhilarate.
Exhilarate. Exhilarate. 順番を気にする？陽気にする。
Exhilarate.
Exhilarate. Exhilarate. Out of nowhere. どこでもないところから出てくる。Liable. 保証人しがち。Liable. 困った。複雑。Perplexed. Confused. Perplexed.
Deliberately.
Deliberately. 真面目に真剣に。わざとだっけ？ Deliberately. わざと。
実際、海外の人が羽田空港に着いたら醤油の匂いするんかな？
空港にラーメン屋と寿司屋があるんですよ。そりゃ醤油の匂いするわなって思うんですけれど。デリベレでいい。なんで、和食用もあるか。なんであるかっていうと、もうついてすぐ食べたいから。羽田じゃなくて成田？国際便って成田じゃなかったかな。デリベレイリー。慎重にコイン。わざと入れやすい。Liable.
Consultation.
Consultation. 相談。Consultation. Accomplice.
旗だよー。
羽田か。
Nanny.
じゃあ俺の勘違い。
W.
ラテンコンプレックス。朝。Could you smell ボイスソース
おはようございます。
at羽田 airplane when you arrive で。おはようございます。 ちゃ匂いしなかったらしいですよ。ラテンコンプレックス。
No, I didn't smell soy sauce.
I had a rumor about it. That
オレンジ派、海外から帰ってきたとき、まず何食べた？
まず、覚えてないな。何食べたかな。共犯共謀、アカンプです。覚えてないってことは、何でもないですね。
It's difficult to smell soy sauce when it's in front of you.
そうね、it is difficult. You are correct. So maybe ramen soup smell complete. 共犯共謀、アカウントで。
Allergy.
アラジー出てこない。あ、サブジェクトアブタディアラジー。
When I took the train from Haneda to Shinagawa and then to Shinjuku, the Japanese people did smell my armpits after a 17-hour flight.
アンピット。スティンキーアンピット。アラジーがサブジェクトアブタディは
LUL.
魔法。I'm baffled why she hasn't called it. Perhaps related to French or 困惑心配。魔法。偶然、コインシデン。
Coincidence.
コインシデン。ワーク。シャリ動物、オーダー。ワーク。シャリ動物、オーダー。骨、カラボン、カラボン、クラビクル。絶対出てこないやつ。交渉金。Riding the train. I don't
Orangey, do you like riding the train?
riding the train. I don't hate. 待って。
西村博之さん、コロコロコミック
で
で
もいいかな
漫画化決定衝撃ギャグ、論破、小学生、博之くん、週刊コロコロコミックで12月17日より連載開始。
ありそう。 漫画家。漫画家、そう。異世界に、もうすでにそう、ひろゆきの異世界漫画が2つあるって時点で、おー、すごいと思ったけど。有名人を漫画にするのがコロコロのよくやるからありそう。インセンティブ。そう、もう野球選手じゃなくて有名人は YouTuber になった。でもヒカキンはなんなかったのにひろゆきがなるのが面白いです。インセンティブ。想定過程。アップ。想定過程。アサンプション。アサンプション。想定過程アサンプション。look up to 見上げる。尊敬してよ。look up to espouse 支える。支持する。crudely 天然のまま露骨的に crudely突撃に crudely indistinct あれ indistinct indistinct このチーズとあのチーズはどこが違いますか？ What is the difference between that cheese and this one? What's the difference between this cheese and that one? 刃物、食器類、カッテラリー。
Cutlery.
bearing しがち。態度振る舞い。陽気にする。exhilarate。はい。exhilarate。そうよ。ラームズ、スワオ。エアスワオ。スワオ。アフリクティ、悩ませる。トゥーストライク。悩む。動詞だ。not right. All out of work. Spinal reflex. 引き髄反射。ジェルンデ。ジェルンデは動名詞。prevalent。リバエントは言う。ワイドスプレッド。広がる。一般的なる。カマン。9。プレシジョン。精密。 レシュランス。安心させること、再度権。
Reassurance.
Reassurance.
Reassurance. Reassurance.
Coming. 一方的な、すぐ手助けしてくれる。Coming. Coming. Compromise. Nothing compromise. あ、consented abbreviation. アブリビエーションは省略する集中。ネウタルパステ。ネウタル。What's the ネウタル？オックスフォード辞典のアドオン詞。
Neuter.
Belonging to a class of noun. Polish word for window is neuter. Gender is not feminine or masculine. これ男性ですってこと？ To a class of noun, pronounce adjective or verb. Gender is not feminine or 男性とは女性に関係なく名詞代名詞形容詞に関わる。
元気ですか？
はい、アンホーリーワンズ。元気です。アンホーリーワンズは元気ですか？
The unholy yawn. LOL.
Neuter adjective.
WTH is a neuter.
すげえ難しい。メンバーで。I'm very good because I got new jacket. Lose your balls.
Neuter means lose your balls.
中性詞。Can I use neuter for sexual term is asexual neuter.
I don't think so.
What happens to
Neuter's what
Rayman
happens to salarymen after they marry.
after they
It's mostly for animals.
marry?
It's not used as a sexual term, but often to describe removing productive organs.
牝馬になった後の話。メアリーか。結婚した後。Not used as a sexual term, but often to describe removing productive organ. 愛がって言って。クリング、ポテンシー。再現性。productive organ.
Reproductive.
Neuter.
The neuter orangey coon cool cat.
I need my organ. Potency. The power that somebody has to affect your body or mind. Potency.
Space.
Potency. The ability of man to have sex. Have such
My organs have so much potency.
Many. Wow. Why? Maybe you wanna survive this world. So your body wanna make children.
Neuter can be used as a metaphor.
母性か。
In practical use, it's generally used to talk about snipping animal balls off.
Neuter.
Neuter.中性子。中性名詞で虚勢。ガチャガチャ。Whack. All out of whack. シャリと打つ方だ。Whack. Not right が all out of whack. お手かて アサンプション、プリザンプション、アサンプション。おーい。はい。サンプション、プリザンプション、想定過程。クルードロイ、荒々しい、削り出し、下品、クルードロイ。インディスティンクテ。不明まれ、インディスティンクテ。Vague, hazy, indistinct. Vague, hazy. Bajo. ピシャリと打つ。困惑失敗。バッホ。To confuse somebody, completely. バッホ。このジャケットいらないんじゃないかな。
Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh, there goes Rabbit. He choked.
Back to reality.
He's so mad.
There goes Rabbit.
But he won't give up that easy.
He won't give up. バッホ。やっぱりこれやと寒いな。もう一枚ぐらい。I want wear one more.
Mom's spaghetti.
セータ
LMAOO.
はい、どうした I couldn't understand.
I was waiting for it.
困惑失敗。OK。暗記でクイズオーバー。覚えられないと。陽気。デリベレイテリーじゃなくて、イグゼラレイト。無理。ネクスト、ブレンダー。ブレンダー行こう。あ、この上片付けないと生活感出ちゃう。
I'm curious since you understand a lot of English. Have you ever studied Latin roots for English or is it taught in Japan at all?
Japan don't taught me. Oxford Dictionary tell me this. これね。Wow, word of origin. Old English. Then I learned English word comes from many other languages.
Lose yourself in the music. It's the moment. You own it. You better never let it go. You only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime, yo.
Miss your chance to blow. What the lyric? So many Eminem.
They're singing Eminem.
I got it.
You can do anything you put your mind to, man. Music asterisk.
Music asterisk. Sami. Learning Blender. I'm not
Orangey, have you
singer.
considered being a
I'm
hip-hop artist?
mangaka. Oh, I have never thought.
You already have the looks.
にする？I need more 着物。ヒップホップアーティスト has bear and clothes and
Hikihi orange is the Japanese M&M.
とキャップなのか。
You can draw the whole shape, or you can just draw to fill the gaps.
やっぱ一回変えるとじゃなく日本にでも動物みたいだな。これがコメントが見れないんだよな。まあいいや。
When it's done, you just release the control key and just click to paint the rest in normal paint mode. Let's now paint the rest of the background. And now we're going to add a new layer for the colors under the stars and also a layer under the face for the colors of the face. Now another important tip. When you want to color a drawing like this face, in this version of Blender, I don't know if it will change later, but when you have shapes inside of other shapes and you paint the biggest shape, the color covers everything inside. The inner shapes are not taken or you actually want to bucket tool, so here you just need to draw precisely the shape of the thing that you want to color. And the second way, even faster, without leaving the paint bucket, if you hold the control key while painting, your paint bucket actually behaves like a pen. So you can draw the whole shape, or you can just draw to fill the gaps. And when it's done, you just release the control key and just click to paint the rest in. Switch to pen, you can draw with the same color that you use for the bucket tool, so here
Medium White Star News Status. Television studying Blender.
おお、なんじゃこりゃ。
Hacking wa watch.
おらん。
このツイキャスのマークはなんだ？続いてる。続いてる。ツイキャスって途中で終わっちゃうんじゃないのか。毎回枠作り直してんのかな。
おらん。おらん。絵を後で申し込む。
you just need to draw precisely the shape of the thing that you want to color. And the second way, even faster, without leaving the paint bucket, if you hold the control key while painting, your paint bucket actually behaves like a pen. So you can draw the whole shape, or you can just draw to fill the gaps. And when it's done, you just release the control key and just click to paint the rest in normal paint mode. Let's now paint the rest of the background. And now we're going to add a new layer for the colors under the stars, and also a layer under the face for the colors of the face. Now another important tip. When you want to color a drawing like this face, in this version of Blender, I don't know if it will change later, but when you have shapes inside of other shapes and you paint the biggest shape, the color covers everything inside. The inner shapes are not taken in consideration, so you have to start by painting the biggest shapes first and then paint the smaller ones inside, so that the latest thing that you color go over the previous one. Another way would be to create separate layers for the color of the inner shapes, but it will take a lot of time. And we have done the first side of your juice box. We can go to the next step. We're going to add some volume to our artwork. We're going to draw on different places in space now, so we press numpad 3 again to switch to the side, and we move the 3D cursor to the front with shift right click here. The front under the stars, and also a layer under the face for the colors of the face. Now another important tip. When you want to color a drawing like this face, in this version of Blender, I don't know if it will change later, but when you have shapes inside of other shapes and you paint the biggest shape, the color covers everything inside. The inner shapes are not taken in consideration, so you have to start by painting the biggest shapes first and then paint the smaller ones inside, so that the latest thing that you color go over the previous one. Another way would be to create and just click to paint the rest tips. And when it's done, you can draw the whole shape, or you can just draw to fill the gaps. And when it's done, you just
バツで塗れるんだ。で、塗るときにフィルカラーを別にした方がいいのか。
Without leaving the paint back.
別の靴に入っちゃった。で、
レンジジア
JR.
Yes, I am.
If you hold the control key while painting, your paint bucket actually behaves like a pen. So you can draw the whole shape, or you can just draw to fill the gaps. And when it's done, this panel at the bottom, I'm not going to paint the half of the pill, and oops, the whole pill was
How was your
I had
interview?
another interview today.
いいね。Good information.
It was
Sounds
neat.
good. I hope to.
I hope I get this job.
I'm not going to paint the half of the pill, and oops, the whole pill was painted. That's because there's a gap in the middle. To solve this, you can configure the way how the tool detects the gaps. You can also go back to the line art layer and complete the lines.
Another
But
teaching
there are
job?
two faster ways. The
Surprised
first way,
face.
you can use the pen tool to paint.
Yet, but Emma say bye bye to the kids Orange 366 crazy.
今はなんだ。
I like them but it's too much energy for me.
Giant
Now
kid
you get to
butt.
teach giant kids. LMAOL.
Those kids has motivation to learn English. これはでかいよね。雨
I loved your.
よかった。サウンド。Good. いいよね。
Extremely cute.
I like to. フルカラーにしなくていいのか。
When when you switch to pen, you can draw with the same color that you use for the bucket tool. So here, you just need to draw precisely the shape of the thing that you want to color. And the second way,
Its name is Same Sama from now on.
Sama, why? Understand.
Cosma creativity is very limited LUL.
I accept your creativity. だからね、シャッフルケースと一緒になっちゃうな。昼から。これはレイデサウン
What
ドトラック。
soundtrack is this?
いいよね。知ってた。
That's what I thought.
知らないゲーム。アクションゲームなんだ。Very old type. アクションゲーム。パズルゲーム？リアル？パズルピースっぽいのはあるけど。スーパーマリオライク。Then what do you do be? そうだったんだ。I didn't know. ジャイアントボン。Good soundtrack.
Yeah, it's crazy how old it is now.
Crazy.
The
Potato event.
Steamed Potato event thing was so long ago.
Potato event. Not action game. Like Donkey Kong stage.
Golden potato.
ヒンクだ。ヒンク has this game. Have you played this game?
Hog bones.
はい、さ、この世界観すごいな。I like this world look.
Rich ink.
Last time I
Looks interesting.
played
Surprised face.
this
Never heard of it. Rich uncle
game. And this game soundtrack. That. And great. これだ、この This maybe this is famous. マシナリウムチームメイドグリーク。
Machinarium is great.
マシナリウムサウンド is great too. ティールストロークじゃないんだって。いつも間違ってストローク押しちゃう。違うな。同じところで増やすのはどうやるんだっけ。これでプラスか。なるほどな、エリアはこれで増やして、コレクションは何が違うんだろう。
ヤフープレミアでは、リーグ中継全試合無料視聴できたけどヤフーは野球放送やめる言うし、来年は楽天テレビから。
野球見てるんですね。スポーツ見ないから。なんかスポーツ全部楽天が抑えそうな勢いですかね。
700円だけど入る価値はある。
700円安いですね。近頃のサブスクって5、600円普通で。で、アマプラが異常に便利、使い勝手いいけど、それ以外のサービスは、 特に個人系のやつって、すげえ。他の割り振りするとダメか。その個人を応援したいって思わない限り、ちょっとしたアプリケーションとかが月課金できますよっていうのがあるけど、そのために数百円払いたくないと思っちゃう。B でやるか、場所を変えるか、難しい。
おやすみなさい、友よ。
いて。フーアミーゴ。
おやすみ、サメ様。
様々じゃなくてサメ様だったのか。ボティチェリー。
Hello.
いい。グナイディン。
Just came from club.
クラブに来た。
But not
じゃあお
sleepy
やすみ。
lol.
寝れないのか。
Yeah, lol, it wasn't a good night for me, honestly. Tear glove.
Even faster, without leaving the paint bucket, if you hold the control key while
Aim from
painting,
club.
your paint bucket actually behaves
クラ
like
ブ
a
から来
pen,
た。
so you can draw the whole shape.
Oh,
You can
was
just
your
draw
club? はい、もえちゃん。こんにちは。アシッドドリーム。
Your drawing looks like a acid dream lol.
Am I acid dream? Why? あ、まあこれか。これはね。The dream. Let's use happy
Happy
pill.
pills do that to you. Well, in the beginning it was nice, but then I kissed with a girl that I did not
ど
want
う
to
い
kiss,
う
and I
こ
did
と
not kiss the girl I wanted to kiss, so it wasn't what I wanted from tonight, lol.
なんかキスしたいよ。うん。がー。なんだ。うん。I see.
Tear glove.
もういいや、私は望んでるのでも何
At least I got her INSTogram, lol.
Well done. よくやった。
Say la vi. Say la vi honestly, lol.
I'm very good.
How are you, handsome man? Kenta one.
Because I got colorful jacket. So I'm
アングル変えちゃったの。
アングルをこっちにしようと思ったんだけど、今こっち。あんまりこのアングルはいいじゃないのかな。
Looking nice from every angle, my man. Kenta one heron key.
よかった。なんでだ？ダメだ、これが使えない。スペースバー。脳で使ってで戻んないんだ。
帽子脱いでみて。
What's this
This
song?
song is ゲームサウンドトラック。 L か。イブ。これはブライデ。プレイヤーイズロックドオアアンヒドン。ああ。ああ、ショートカット効かねえ。シフトスペースバー。
I am so sorry, Orange, but I did not understand. I am still a bit drunk. LOL. Did you say
This is
again? I am sorry. Tear glove.
game game soundtrack named Friday。
レーザーの左手デバイスは使ったことあるの？
レーザーはない。レーザーの高い割にボタンが少ないから使ってない。寒い。
そんなにボタン登録してるの？
ボタン全部使ってる。
Thumbs up sign.
ボタンっていうかキーボードの数だけ、キーボードというかキー、今
How cold inside?
is 14 degrees Celsius in my room。 帽子違うな。14。
Ouch. 14. Wow. Hotter than the outside here.
中の方が通信って
Colder asterisk.
いいか。外よりも寒い。じゃあ、レッツオープンウィンドウ。戻んない。なんでよ。Why I can't resist my shortcut key?
Oh, I am going to
Hurry.
Paris and Prague for Christmas.
Wow, you are really rich.
No. I am a college student.
そ
Not
う言わ
rich
れる
at
や
all,
つだ。
lol. Say hi to my brother. He's gonna be stuck in Paris. LOL.
コナビ。Stuck in Paris.
If you are smart enough, the government will pay you. Hehe. That's the money I get.
いい
You are
ね。
A15A.
You are very smart.
That unholy one stuck? Why lol. Hope he is fine. His job is sending him for a few weeks. It's quiet's so urgent, but yeah, he's fine.
More 一色欲しいか。
Oh, I see lol. Well, Paris is not the safest city in Europe for sure, but at least he can enjoy the safe and good sides of Paris lol. Knowing him, he's going to hide in the hotel room the whole trip and complain Orange 366 lul. Orange 366 lul. Orange 366 lul. Come to Paris with me, Orange. We can go to the art
I wanna go
Kenta
to
Wana Auto Kenta Wana
ピラミッド。パリスピラミッド。なんで。サーチ、ブックオフ。
To fill the gaps, and when it's done, you just release the control key and just click to paint the rest in normal paint mode.
Yes,
Now paint the rest of the
Blue.
background. And now,
色薄。どこだな。濃すぎたか。いいね。
If I go there, I
I'm
will send
looking
pictures to
for
Discord. Kenta Wana Auto
You
Kenta
are.
One Maru.
楽しみ。
add a new layer for the colors under the stars and also a layer under the face.
色がかわいい。
I will sleep before it's
お
5
やす
a.m.
み。
Good night, everyone. End. Orange
いいえ、
366
チェラシェ。
Orange 366 I am sleeping
おっ
Kenta
き
1
チェリー。
Now another important tip. When you want to color a drawing like this face, in this version of Blender, I don't know if it will change later, but when you have shapes inside of other shapes and you paint the biggest shape, the color covers everything inside. The inner shapes are not taken in consideration, so you have to start by painting the biggest shapes first and then paint the smaller ones inside, so that the latest thing that you color go over the previous one. Another way would be to create separate layers for the color.
B ライトブック。
おらん。
ツイキャスのコメントは何で出るんだ？
Other inner shapes, but it will take a lot of time. And we have done the first side of your juice box. We can go to the next step. We're going to add some volume to our artwork. We're going to draw on different places in space now, so we press numpad 3 again to switch to the side, and we move the 3D cursor to the front with shift right click here. The front is on the left from here. Now we can go to the next step. We're going to add some volume to our artwork. We're going to draw on different places in space now, so we press numpad 3 again to switch to the side, and we move the 3D cursor to the front with shift right click here. The front is on the left from here. Now we rotate to check the perspective, and the 3D cursor is floating in the front. Everything is okay. This is where we're going to draw some floating elements in front of the box. Let's create a new layer for the line art of this part. I rename this floating lines. When you want to color a drawing like this face, in this version of Blender, I don't know if it will change later, but when you have shapes inside of other shapes and you paint the biggest shape, the color covers everything inside. The inner shapes are not taken in consideration, so you have to start by painting the biggest shapes first and then paint the smaller ones inside, so that the latest thing that you color go over the previous one. Another way would be to create separate layers for the color of the inner shapes, but it will take a lot of time. And we have done the first side of your juice box. We can go to the next step. We're going to add some volume to now another important tip: the face. For the colors of the face, the stars, and also a layer under the face for the colors of the face. Now another important tip. When you want to color a drawing like this face, in this version of Blender, I don't know if it will change later, but when you have shapes inside of other shapes and you paint the biggest shape, the color covers everything inside. The inner shapes are not taken in consideration, so you have to start by painting the biggest shapes first and then paint the smaller ones inside, so that the latest thing that you color go over the previous one. Another way would be to create separate layers for the color of the inner shapes, but it will take a lot of time, and we have done the first over the previous one. Another way would be to create separate layers for the color of the inner shapes, but it will take a lot of time, and we have done the first side of your juice box. We can go to the next step. We're going to add some volume to our artwork.
混ざってる。うるさいかな。音楽うるさかったりしてる。動画がうるさい。了解。音楽の方は大丈夫。
Let's create a new layer for the line art of this part. I rename this floating lines. We lock the other layers so that we don't delete them accidentally. Now we select the line art color in the materials list, and we can draw. And what happens? I made a mistake. Look on the left, I was still in the paint bucket too. If we zoom out, we see this big rectangle that appears on the side with the copy. The side are on different places in Space Bloom to our art. It will take a lot of time, and we have done the first.
大丈夫かな。もうちょっと下げる。
We can go to the next step. We're going to add some volume to our art. Another way would be to create separate layers for the color of the smaller ones inside, so that the latest thing that you color go over the previous one. Another way would be to create separate layers for the color of the inner shapes, but it will take a lot of time, and we have done the first side of your juice box. We can go to the next step. We're going to add some volume to our artwork. We're going to draw on different places in space now, so we press numpad 3 again to switch to the side. It was taken in consideration, so you have to start by painting. That would be to create separate layers for the color of the inner shapes, but it will take a lot of time, and separate layers for the color of the previous one. Another way would be to create separate layers for the color of the inner shapes, but it will take a lot of time, and we have done.
インナーカラーも変えなきゃいけない。むさぼり食った。1000円分食べちゃった。1000円分の肉。あんあんってやって食べた。美味しかった。
We're going to add some volume to our artwork. We're going to draw on different places in space now, so we press numpad 3 again to switch to the side.
あ、そうか。ツイキャスでやればいいのか。
オランテキストテスト。
ああ、コメントくれた。
高い肉買うの珍しい。
高くはないけど。なるほどな。
オレンジコン。
オレンジクーンがオレンジコンになるんですよね。
左手デバイスのキーボードが分厚いのはなんでだと思う？
へえ。なんでだろう。打ち込むってよりもなんでだろう。
パソコンくらい薄いのがいいのに、テンキーくらいしかない。
今ツイキャスで放送してて、コメントが通じるか。ああ、そっか。登録しないとこれコメントできないのかな。
ゲームだと打ち間違いが命取りだからかな。
なるほど。同時に一緒に押しちゃうってことがないようにか。ではありそう。
Then we move the 3D cursor to the front with shift right click here. The front is on the left from here. Now we rotate to check the perspective and the cursor is floating in the front, everything's okay. This is where we're going to draw some floating elements in front of the box. Let's create a new layer for the line art of this part. I rename this floating line. We lock the other layer.
Hmm, 逆か。音を上げればいいのか。全体的にボリュームを上げればいいのか、それとも音楽はそんなに大きくなっていいのか。俺の声と音楽の比率ってどんなもん
？32.
So that we don't edit them accidentally. Now we select the line art color in the materials list and we can draw. And what happens? I made a mistake. Look on the left, I was still in the paint bucket tool. If we zoom out, we see this big rectangle that appeared on the side. It's because I just painted.
32.
ふうにぐらいの比率が良くて、で今はそのぐらいの比率になってるのかな。いまいち比率でなってる。こんなもんか。音楽が35ぐらいがちょうどいいのか。なるほど。ありがとうサンクス。フローティングライン。
This is where we're going to draw some floating elements in front of the box. Let's create a new layer for the line art of this part. I rename this floating lines. We lock the other layers so that we don't edit them accidentally. Now we select the line. We lock the other layers so that we don't edit them accidentally. Now we select the line art color.
新しいのまだ設定できてない。
I made a mistake. Look on the left, I was still in the paint bucket tool. If we zoom
うま
out,
くいかない。
see this big rectangle that appears on the side.
だからこれ終わったら今日もまた設定する。
Using the line art color, I'm gonna erase this and
お酒飲みながら設定する。
and pad 1 to switch to front. Now let's draw some new stuff in this new canvas position. Checking the perspective again. Okay.
お酒飲んじ
Let's
ゃうん
add
だ。
a layer now for the colors underneath the line art layer.
昼間からお酒の
14 lines colors.
You bought one?
I bought this one. I will change.
匿名 6DF ククルのコメント消えた。
そう、ククルのコメントが消えちゃって、これの復活もやろうとしてうまくいかないんですよね。で、今日もそれ直してたんですけど、こっちもうまくいかなくて。なんで、これ終わったら、またククルのコメントを復活させます。オーバーレイでコメント直そうとしてるんですけど、うまくコメント出ないんですよね。もしかしたら後でククルだけ配信するかも。コメントのテストのために。
How to paint these lines? You must know that even if you are on a different place in space, all the lines in this pencil object are taken into consideration for the paint bucket tool. So
多分なんかちょっとだけコメントテストしてすぐ消してで繰り返しそう。
オレンジ色見にくい。
オレンジ色。ああ、この名前の欄。これは名前の欄は俺が決めてんじゃなくて、レイヤー入ればいいか。レイヤーというか、俺が上から歌かけよう。
匿名6度カフレットの OBS にククルライブオーバーレイを追加で直らないの。
追加したんですけど、
コメント単位で背景に透かし入れられないの。
コメント単位で背景に透かしをじゃあ入れよう。
いっぱい文句言う。
いやーいや、いっぱい文句言ってくれた方がストリームが良くなるからありがたい。オーバーレイ入れたんですけど、コメントが表示されないんですよね、このオーバーレイ。これがよくわかんなくて。
雨降ってるだ。
雨降ってる。 クライブの本当の読み上げて転送の設定じゃないんだよな。雨音うるさかったら教えてちょうだい。
雨音入るよ。
いい。じゃあ、
Or we can try to rotate our camera at an angle where the shapes we want to paint don't have any other lines crossing behind it. Like here, for example, from this view, this cube is away from the other lines, so I can apply securing the paint bucket.
もっと濃い方がいいかな。背景。全然これじゃ変わんないな。歌詞。っていうか、この文字の
字幕枠いっぱいじゃダメ？
字幕枠いっぱい。字幕は枠いっぱい。字幕は翻訳のことかな。
翻訳。
あら。
匿名 6DFFC に声死んでるらしいよ。
FC2 のコメントが死んでる。あら。本当だ。FC2 のコメントが来た。FC2 直しました。多分直ってるはず。アンダーウィンドウ。翻訳。イーズを。幅を。違った。910で。高さを。ぐらいにしとく。正方形でいいか。なるほど。翻訳の文字も聞いている。FC2 のコメントを直したんで、してみて。これ、だと長いのか。これでいいかな。文字幅いっぱい。
as when possible or just
Go
add
ahead.
other layers. Our triangle is starting to be more and more complex. Some lines are closer to the camera, some are further in the
ありがとう
background,
ございます。
and then like here for example from this color, it's because I just painted the whole frame with the bucket tool using the line art color. I'm gonna erase this and go back to the pen tool. Notepad 1 to switch to font, now let's draw some new stuff in this new canvas position. Check the spot, it's become out accidentally. Now we select the line art color in the materials list. And we can draw, and what happens, I made a mistake. Look on the left, I was still in the paint bucket tool. If we zoom out, we see this big rectangle that appears on the sides. It's because I just painted the whole frame with the bucket tool using the line art color. I'm gonna erase this and go back to the pen tool. Notepad 1 to switch to font, now let's draw some new stuff in this new canvas position.
ニューキャンパスはどこでやったのか。ペインティングライン。FC2 も、立ち直さないとコメント死ぬのか。
おらん。
Checking the font, now let's erase this and go back to the pen. Using the
で、カーソルを上げて、いやー、これまた間違えた。フロントにしてね。うわ、めんどくさい。これを変える方法を探す。また逆でやっちゃったな。角度を90度変えるのはオブジェクトで全部にな。数軸だけいけて数値で打ち込みたい。 選んで、90度っていけないのかな。3D カーソルをどうやって表示させるか。
New angle I see.
オクトポプレイ。ネガティブリング。How is it?
Is that a frog friend or a shark friend?
これは。Please guess. I don't know. Which is. How is this? Manga.
Those were my guesses.
じゃあ、多分 maybe both.
Where did you get that?
これは、プレゼント。I got
Surprised face. Oh, very nice.
got her this because this is very cute. それの移動はどうやるんだ。
ラインまた出てこない。
Rain.
あららららら。なんでだろうな。トリガーフライはよくと。毎回更新しないといけないのか。It is 発送。 毎回毎回作れるようにするか。トリガーラインをこっちで作っちゃうか。
寒いよ。
寒い。寒い。
配信が終わったらどうするの？
I will drunk and set the stream again. これをちょっとOBS I need to fix many things. オーバーレイを全部で作んなきゃダメかな。例えば英語付け行った時にそっかそっか、やっぱり個別で作んないとダメだな。ありがって言って。おー、いろいろやんねやる。あんで、ああいう。will do some money procedure. Things. 片付けして、片付けして、の奥と、あと、マイクセットしてかな。面倒だ。シフトと右クリック。カーソルが出てこないんだよな。なんで？それが見えないようになってるのか。 か。見る。メモっとくべきだな。メモないとやっぱ忘れるか。全部メモろう。多分。
Line out color. I'm gonna erase these.
Orangey-kun has became a real orange.
Yes, I am real orange. I'm my lovely hamster. 안녕하세요. はい。そして、今日のおやつは、
みかん買ったの。
みかん買った。
いいな。親指に刺して食べる。
こんな音はしない。
And go back to the pen tool. Numpad 1 to switch to front. Now let's
Mandarin
focus on
Orange
start
Kun.
in this new canvas position.
Why you
Checking the perspective again.
understand? So this is not orange. Mandarin.
みかんくん。
Do Korean eat mandarin?
Okay. Let's add a layer now for the colors underneath the line art layer. I'll name this floating lines colors. Now to paint these lines, you must know that even if you are on a different place in space, all the lines in the grid pencil object.
In English we just consider them a type of orange, I think. At least colloquially.
Orange. Locally.
Yes, we like to. Jeju Island's Mandarin orange is famous.
ジェジュアイランド。ジェジュ島。ジェジュ島。ここに島あったの？知らなかったな。リゾートアイランド。めっちゃ開発されてるね。This season is Mandarin season.
It is time to start school or finished.
Time to start their recess. They will start to play. Today. Is rain. So maybe they can't play. Oh. 色も動かしたいけれど、どうやって選択するんだ？ なんと、フェイスは動かないのか。同時に動けないの？オンリーワン。真ん中にずらしたいけど、これをどうやるんだ？スカルプトモードは違う。同時に選択。はい。ペン自体は動かないのかな。
ASA022
なぜ金持ちなんだ。金持ちだったら働かない。なるほど。どっちも選んでいかなきゃダメなのか。なるほどね。で、移動で、
Have you tried?
ブルダック What do you mean? ブルダック。Dog, a sort of dog, or something.
久しぶりに脂っこい中華料理食ったらお腹痛くなった。
はあ、油物急に取りすぎると下痢する。ブルダグボグエウミオン。I don't know. Please, ブルダグリンク。ありがって言って。で、色が。
ブルダックポックンミョン。
ポックンミョン。
タイマー終わったよ。
終わった。じゃあ、This dream is
Why smile and pills?
Why? Because this tutor make pill and smile. Maybe he love drug.
See ya. GL with your work
Fear.
おらん。
ちょっと待ってね。 ブルダックポックンミョンだけ調べて。
これ復習？
これは復習。ブルダックポックンミョン。美味しそう。うわ、うまそう。
It's funny that it's pills when it looks like a juice box. Liquid Prozac.
リキッドプロザック。あや。Have never seen this type of noodle. うまそうだ
This
な。
girl is big eater.
ビッグイーター。
これ隠れて生えてる？
どうなんだろう。まあ、燃えあず懐かしい。シーズいます。ビッグイーター。昔からNearly one TV show about Big Eat。売ってるんだね、ブルダック。If there is blue duck, I will buy and try。 辛いやつか。そうさまんまの色合いで面白かった。抗うつ剤か。Become happy。じゃあレイドして終わろう。オイルペインティング、これいいな。じゃあここにリードして終わります。おいやいやいや、うるさ。じゃあ、Have a good day, have a good night。じゃあね、またね。そうだね、かわいい人。オイルペインティング、バイバイ。じゃあ他の人も